I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and on the same breath, allow me to congratulate my brother, Honorable Kiari, for coming up with this. It is informed by the joblessness that has percolated this nation, but I only want to take a different tangent as regards to funding of this artisan project. I would suggest, because this featured quite prominently during the campaigns by Kenya Kwanza, that this money should just come from the exchequer, not overburdening the already overburdened and overstretched CDF. Let Kenya Kwanza government come up with another fund, give it a name that is feasible to them, and let us move this country to the next level, but not looking at NGAV, not looking at CDF, but a different set of money. And I thank you.
Member for Mosop constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank Honorable JK for this motion. I support the motion. I believe that this is the right time actually to consider our young people, the artisans, and also the artists as well, because they do contribute a lot. And looking at the unemployment rate in this country, this is a huge group of people that has been neglected, but they do contribute a lot. So I support that we either just entrench this funding from NGCDF, or like my honorable member also said, that we can consider coming up with an independent exchequer funding. But whatever it is, we should consider them, we should fund them, and so that we can reduce the rate of unemployment, and that will make a difference in this country. So I support the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Anthony Oluoch.
Let me first take this opportunity to thank Honorable KJ. KJ, you've done yourself proud, and the very many elite artists of your generation who have taken the opportunity to see fit that they should uplift the lives and the livelihoods and the talent of young people, knowing very well that coming from the Kenyatta University Cultural Week Forum that brought you up. The only thing that I want to add to this is that as we consider this, let us look at how we can expand the percentage that is allocated to CDF so that we may be able to feed this properly among the very things that are funded by CDF, so that we can uplift the young people and artists in Mathare, in the entire country. I support, and congratulations, Honorable KJ.
For Kirinyaga Central, Honorable Gitari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to congratulate my brother KJ for bringing this timely motion. I don't start, Madam Speaker. I want to say that KJ is a good example, because there is the tent maker who was called by Jesus, but did not forget the other tent makers. We know KJ was in that industry. Madam Speaker, we want to see Kenya go where we see people doing Nigerian movies. They are being watched. So I'm with KJ all the way to the head. Bana KJ, I hope that this one will go to become a bill, after which we can effect it properly and engage it and properly put it in the CDF Act, NGCDF Act. Madam Speaker, as I finish, because my minute is going.
Member for Mwea, Honorable Mary Maingi. Okay. The Honorable Member for Mombasa County.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by thanking my brother, Honorable KJ, for bringing this motion to the House. By supporting this motion, Honorable Speaker, we shall be unlocking a whole creative economy. If we look at a country like Nigeria, Honorable Speaker, creative economy is the second largest employer in that country. As we were campaigning, we witnessed the very high rate of unemployment in Kenya. And most of the people that are affected by unemployment rates are our youth, Madam Speaker. If we allocate the 2% the Honorable Speaker is talking about, I'm not even sure it is going to be enough, but it is going to help in unlocking the creative
member for Mombasa Chimba.
Mheshimiwa Spika, samahani sana. Mimi nimeingia hapa saa 4 kamili, sijatajwa jina. Chombo chako au unamaanisha kweli ni mheshimiwa wa Mombasa ndio anaweza kuzungumza kwa muda huu? Niendelee.
I have two people. I have the first opportunity I gave to the honorable member for Mombasa, and the second opportunity, which is the last one, will be going to the honorable member for Kwale County. So I would like you flow in that order.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na pengine ningependa kusema mjadala huu ambao umeletwa na ndugu yangu Kiare, wanasanaa wengi wamehangaika sana. Na katika majumba yetu sisi tuwapenda sana kusifu na kutukuza wanasanaa kutoka mataifa ya nje, lakini wetu wenyewe wanazorota kwa umaskini, na wana muziki mzuri tena mtamu sana, wana uigizaji ambao ni mzuri sana. Kwa hiyo kama Mama Zamzam Chimba Muhammad, Mama County, ambaye pia ninajua na vijana wangu wa Mombasa ambao wanaigiza, wanaimba, wanafanya sanaa ya kila tofauti, ningependa kwanza kumpongeza ndugu yangu kipenzi Kiare kwa kuleta mjadala huu. Najua kuna wakati ulikuwa mwana sanaa. Kwa hiyo mimi na support wapewe pesa, waweze kuinuliwa kisanaa, waweze kwenda mbele. Pole Mheshimiwa Kwale, zamu ikiwa yangu ni yangu tu, au vipi? Asante sana Madam Speaker, naunga mjadala huu. Asante sana.
Will be the honorable member for Kwale County, the honorable Fatuma Masito.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi hii ya kipekee niweze kuzungumza, nami pia nipatikane katika kumbukumbu za bunge la taifa hili. Kwamba mimi pia ninaunga mkono mswada ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Kiare, Mheshimiwa wa Dagoretti. Na muunga mkono kwa kupitisha, kwa kuweza kuleta hoja hii. Mimi nasema vijana kweli tumewaacha nyuma, na vijana tunawatumia sana tu wakati wa campaign. Na pia nisisahau wakina mama wa taifa hili. Pale pwani tuna kina mama ambao ni wapishi wazuri sana, na hiyo pia mimi natambua ni sanaa. Wanawake wa pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakikupikia chakula utadhania ni wapishi ambao wana degree au diploma, lakini tu ni kwa sababu ya ufanisi au ile nyanja wameipenda sana. Pia Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kama kuna mswada unaundwa ama kuna pesa zinaletwa, basi wanawake wale wa Kenya nzima
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there was some kind of omission there. I want to congratulate Honorable KJ for bringing this motion. This is actually in line of what he's been doing. And I want to congratulate the people of Dagoretti South for electing him, because this is a good show, especially to the artists. The artists that we have in this country, Madam Speaker, is that they play a key role. I remember during our campaigns, most of them actually participated, and they are doing a good job. My suggestion is that they should be funded, and this can be entrenched in the CDF or even GAV, so that they can be able to benefit from that, Madam Speaker. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is that these artists, also every county can create a theater where
member for Mogirango, the Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank JK Mheshimiwa for making this earth-moving motion, and I associate with all those who have contributed to support it. On behalf of the people of West Mugrango, I want to add my voice that the aspiration of every country is economic development. This cannot happen unless the bulk of the youth who have energy, talent, and skill are aligned to national resources. This motion aligns national resources to the talent, and I can see Kenya unlocking a potential for accelerated economic development. I support.
The Honorable Member for Karachonyo, the Honorable Andrew Kwome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity and also for the opportunity my friend has donated to me to just say one or two things. I support this motion heartily because I realize that our youth are the potential giants lying there with their talents, which, if used properly, this country will automatically change positively for our economic well-being. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In this list, the Honorable Jackson Koskei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I begin by supporting KJ for bringing this motion, and I support. I begin by quoting from Patrick Rovus. He said, "There is something deeply satisfying in shaping something with your hands. Proper artificing is like a song made solid. It is an act of creation." Madam Speaker, I support this motion because artisanship creates jobs. It tells of our story as a people and as individuals, and it enhances creativity and innovation. I support this because it will create more an opportunity to preserve our history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable John Kerry, now you can finalize your reply to the motion.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate your magnanimity before accepting to give the positions that you could, and because of time, I do understand that even the few minutes I had donated, there is only time left for me to reply. And Madam Speaker, I do beg to reply, and while I was sitting here, I was taking notes upon notes on the bills that members of parliament have built onto this motion. And Madam Speaker, I do take very seriously the contributions of each and every single member who has contributed to this bill. And Madam Speaker, some of the notes that I have been able to take up is that members do appreciate that their hands are tied on supporting innovation as CDF sits today, as UWEZO sits today, as NGAF sits today, and even government support from other funds. The MP's hands are tied on innovation support. Madam Speaker, I've also been able to note that we can go beyond paying lip service by funding talent in this country. A question has arisen severally here, Madam Speaker, as to whether the 2% that we are proposing here is sufficient. And I do agree, Madam Speaker, given the opportunity, we can push the bar higher than 2%. Madam Speaker, an interesting point was brought up. On supporting innovation, artists and artisans, we are able to introduce cultural diplomacy that would go a long way in promoting and flying our cultural flag high and internationally. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Nikal brought an important point on righting the wrongs on the academic bias that we have in our syllabus, in our curriculum, and in our education system. Madam Speaker, there is an issue of bringing up ideas and art as collateral that young people can cash on when they are taking financing from banks. Madam Speaker, there is a big drive towards monetizing the platforms that are available. even the online platforms, Madam Speaker, and I did take that as a great contribution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of patenting and intellectual property, the Honorable Wakili Oluoch will bear me witness that we have gone a long journey on working on the copyright in this country so that we can be able to bring up the issue of ownership of patents by local producers. Madam Speaker, the question is, what are the next steps? Madam Speaker, I do believe that even beyond resolving, because even just by resolving as a house, we take a great step. I do see the need for even bringing up a substantial bill that can become an act. I also see the need of embedding this in the legal proposal that we are making on NG-CDF, and I also see as domiciling these proposals also on the acts that administrate and superintend over the NGAF and the WESO Fund. Madam Speaker, there is also the need for finding out how we shall resolve the issue of administration of these funds. Madam Speaker, finally, very interesting soft issues arose. Two of them I will mention because I can't mention all of them. One was the issue of art for peace, that even in conflict areas, art promoted can promote peace in areas where we have seen perpetual conflict in our communities. The other issue that was brought up as a soft issue is the understanding that God is the ultimate creator. And by promoting artists, artisans and innovators, we are promoting co-creators with God. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank all the members who have taken time to contribute to this motion, and I do commit to taking it further to see that it is implemented for the good of the entire creative and digital economy in this country. Madam Speaker, I do beg to reply. Thank you very much.
Very well, Honorable John Kiarie. Honorable members, question to be put on this motion will be done in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises.
Member 4. The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move this motion that, aware that Kenya's economy is largely driven by the informal sector, spearheaded by entrepreneurs presenting themselves in form of small and micro enterprise, concerned that the informal sector, popularly known as the Juakali, has different segments and categories spread out in value chains ranging from agriculture, trade, manufacturing, apparels, IT, transport, the creative economy, education, among others, recognizing that there is need to improve coordination of SMEs through development of an all-inclusive, well-structured delivery platform and encompasses multiple solutions and all key stakeholders, noting that this sector has a potential to create employment opportunities to over 80% of Kenyans' working population, further noting that these SMEs have the capacity to leapfrog our nation to middle income economy as witnessed in other economies around the world, recalling that strong and consistent commitment and political goodwill can deliver the needed growth for the realization of steady and sustainable economic growth, concerned that previous to this sector has merely been a knee-jerk reaction in form of skewed funding and tokenism, cognizant that there exists no unified national policy or legislation in support of the sector and SMEs across the entire value chain. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government develops a unified national policy on small and micro enterprise SMEs, detailing recognition, funding, mentoring, expansion, restructuring, and marketing of the SMEs products. Madam Speaker, when you look at our country today, since 1989, this country has been talking about SMEs. We have seen the growth of SMEs, Madam Speaker. We are talking about approximately 7.4 million SMEs who hold the key to job creation, productivity. The commitment of any government is to ensure you foster growth by ensuring you have key strategies. But the challenge is the dichotomous policy perception of SMEs has contributed also to the ineffective of these policies. And Madam Speaker, there is need to support the different recommendations that we've had proposed by different organizations that support SMEs. That it's important to have a coherent, effective, and efficient national policy that will foster contribution to sustainable development and growth. Madam Speaker, as we speak today, the aftermath of COVID-19 and the crisis that hit this country, and then having a government that decided at one point, Madam Speaker, that SMEs across the country just went through what they have never gone through. That, Madam Speaker, it reached a point where we decided this institution will decide the SMEs have brought in substandard goods, and therefore the goods are going to be held by customs, and therefore at any given point, everyone tried to look for their goods, Madam Speaker. In the end, we decided it has to be banned. It was very devastating for many SMEs in this country. And this was happening just because we don't have a national policy that is coherent to different sectors, that is able to bring and ensure there's a conducive environment for an SME to do their jobs or to ensure their businesses are running. Yet we know very well each business, Madam Speaker, and I'll give an example today. In Kikomba Market, Madam Speaker, that takes care of millions of Kenyans, we have a business chain that starts with the person who brings in the mutumba. The person who has imported in the mutumba will come, and there's a person who will come and open the bale. We will have young people who will now be able to sort out. We will have those who will buy and say, this is for camera. We will have those who now will say, will be ironing. All of them are making, you've created jobs for different cadre. That there's a person who just irons. There's another one who just buys what is called camera. There's the one who comes and picks what is remaining. There's a commission that you give for everyone you see within the street selling one or two things. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when you come and close that business, suddenly, then you leave millions wondering, where are they going to get their bread? And so when we speak of a government that we want to see, and I want to thank, I know we now have a CS who will be in charge of SMEs. We also have our CS who we really look up to, the Ministry of Trade, and the minister who will be also in SMEs and cooperatives, and we also have the Minister of Trade. Those two ministers, or those two CSs, are going to ensure that you facilitate a supporting system that adapts a digital way of how things can be done. And so you open up even in markets and have a digital technology that even traders can use, small SMEs can use. Today I see in the streets of Nairobi, we have everyone. But if it was structured well, then you will find people will continue with their businesses, those who have big shops. The SMEs who are within the streets can also sell, but in the same time, you have a chain that appreciates everyone must use that space. Madam Speaker, if we have functional markets, then the digital goods and services can do very well in this country. And therefore, as I bring in this motion, I bring in this motion at a time I remember in the 12th Parliament, we really talked about how SMEs were being mistreated. That today, and I want to thank the President, that indeed, today, those SMEs will be able to go back and start trade. We will be able to bring a container where they are sharing cost and they are able to clear their goods from Mombasa than the way it had reached a point. My goods are picked from Mombasa and are delivered in Naivasha, and then I will leave Naivasha and again come and pay in Nairobi for it to arrive. Honestly, we are a very interesting country. We are an interesting country where you find someone making millions, billions at the port. So we have others, small, who have decided, Madam Speaker, at Mombasa, so the container, the wagon comes in with $560, and then this wagon is carrying 4 containers. It will be taken to somebody's yard where I'm supposed to receive it, and I'm supposed to pay per day $400. And I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, if this government is not going to change all this that we saw, I think we will be doing an big injustice to our SMEs who right now are looking for resources, and I'm hoping the Hustler Fund and any other fund, the Economic Stimulus Fund, can come out for these traders to use this money to revive business, revive opportunities of jobs, bring back our young people to start trading, and also within the creative jobs that they had done. Madam Speaker, a good government must enhance participation in international and global trade by providing a conducive environment and regulatory framework that enables everyone, be it if I am selling a plastic container, should be with standards, yes, but then I'm able to trade. Be it if I'm trading my tomatoes, be it if I'm trading my avocados, be it if I'm trading my fruits, my pixies, which are doing very well right now in makwiny. Madam Speaker, if there's anything that we can do to revive our economy, is to build the SMEs that we have. If there's anything we have to see for us to pay our debt, is to create a conducive environment for SMEs so that they can flourish. If there's anything we can do to sit down and listen to the stories and testimonies of how, for us, we started small trades during Kibaki's time. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, during Kibaki's time, many of these traders you've seen go down. That is the time they started their trade. They came into an administration that felt so angered. And I'm sorry to say this, because I was part of this administration of Jubilee. But there's nothing as painful when you get into jealousness of business, where the big shots will feel threatened with small SMEs who are coming up. There's nothing sad as that. And that is why we went into conflict of trade and we killed completely what Kibaki had revived in this country. It was very sad to see our businessman Humphrey being treated the way he was treated just because of competition of business. And we killed each other with our own KRA, and I'm hoping when I'm talking of our national policy and a conducive environment, I am speaking also to KRA that you must create a conducive environment for you to also receive revenue. That if you indeed give every person in Kenya an opportunity, today, Madam Speaker, we spend $5 billion a day as a country. That is what we spend. But then we end up in a deficit of $3 billion. So in a day, Kenya spends $8 billion. It means
we can be able to revive businesses. You will collect beyond 9 billion and be able to ensure that every person is able to have a living, not just in Nairobi, but in every place in this country. Madam Speaker, if we enable SMEs by reducing barriers to entry and exit, we support competition and provide incentives and innovation, then I tell you, we shall be able to move this country to the next level. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, it is important to facilitate access to resource where needed and conducive, decent work for self-employed. When we look at our markets, when we look at even where the small traders are, it is important to have a conducive environment. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I want to invite the Honorable Amos Mwago from Starehe constituency, where all SMEs do business, to second this motion.
Honorable members, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Dagoretti. Honorable members, before seconding of this motion by the Honorable Mwago, I would like to allow the Honorable Nelson Koech to table a report on the Committee on Defense. So, Honorable Koech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 9th, 2022, the afternoon sitting. The report on the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration, the request by the National Executive regarding deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force, Democratic Republic of Congo.
The Honorable Nelson Koech, now you may give the notice of motion for the report that you just tabled.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240, Subarticle 8, Subarticle A of the Constitution, and Section 18C and Section 32(2)A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012 in this House, approves the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East Africa Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations.
Honorable members, we may now go back to the motion as moved by the member for Dagoretti. Honorable Mwago, you may now second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my able mentor, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for bringing this motion on the floor of the House, seeking for the development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises. Madam Speaker, I come from a constituency that heavily relies on trade as its fundamental economic activity. And most of my constituents are traders that fall under this category of small and micro enterprises. I stand here to second this motion because it directly affects my constituents, because most of the marketing place in Starehe is dominated by traders in this status of the economy of people. During the campaign periods, both sides of the divide campaigned on a platform of economic revolution, with the Kenya Kwanza government advocating for the bottom-up approach, and us on our side, the Azimio side, we're advocating for that economic liberation of our nation. So I'm very pleased that we have had two motions today that center on empowerment of our people in matters trade. That's a step in the right direction, and I think it is time overdue we recognize the role that is played by SMEs in the economics of this country. And it is only wise that we are able to recognize these SMEs give them a conducive environment, empower them, because they are a powerhouse when it comes to the employment opportunities of our people. Down where I come from, I've risen up from being a trader in the downtown side of Nyamakima, Kamkunji area. And the SMEs in those areas, people have come from the villages and set up very serious SMEs, which have blossomed and grown to be medium enterprises, and others have gone even into the industrialization phase through the support they got from the Kibaki government. And it's so demoralizing that we are killing that spirit, where the Kibaki administration opened up the economy of Kenya by giving these SMEs chances and opening other countries and other markets that we saw the goods from. For example, China, trading with China, Dubai, Turkey, and other countries. And it has taken our people some amount of money to invest in this trade that have really revolutionized the business ideas around Starehe and around Nairobi. The trading chains in Nairobi have benefited so much by the trading policies that were put under the Kibaki administration. So when my sister seeks to bring a development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises, I support it from the bottom of my heart, because if we were to bolster the economy of this country, I think we'd have to start with empowering the SMEs. Because through the innovation and creations, they've been able to be a powerhouse in offering jobs and being employers in this country. If you look at the development countries, the developed countries of the world, they have really relied on the private sector to empower the economy. They have empowered the private sector. If you look at countries like India, where they started with cottage industries, moved to handicraft industries, and have been able to arrive at the industrial level, industrial revolution level, through empowering the small traders and the small SMEs in their country. So it is time overdue, Madam Speaker, that we seek to empower these SMEs through recognition, so that we can reduce the harassment meted on these SMEs. You can imagine at their very infant stages, there are really so many agencies directed to oversee the activities of these SMEs, but they don't do it in the correct way. They do it in a harassing way, whereby a trader will be told his goods are contraband, others are counterfeit, but they are not actually civilized, given civic education to understand what is contraband and what is counterfeit. So I think it's a step in the right direction. I want to congratulate my sister, and I stand to second this motion. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose that, aware that Kenya's economy is largely driven by informal sector, spearheaded by entrepreneurs presenting themselves in form of small and micro enterprises, SMEs. Concerned that the informal sector, popularly known as Juakali, has different segments and categories spread out in value chain ranging from agriculture, trade, manufacturing, apparels, IT, transport, the creative economy, education, among others. Recognizing that there is need to improve coordination of SMEs through development of an all-inclusive, well-structured delivery platform that encompasses multiple solutions and all key stakeholders. Noting that this sector has a potential to create employment opportunities to over 80% of Kenya's working population. Further noting that these SMEs have the capacity to leapfrog our nation to a middle-income economy, as witnessed in other economies around the world. Recalling that strong and consistent commitments and political goodwill can deliver the needed growth for the realization of steady and sustainable economic growth. Concerned that previous support by government to this sector has merely been a knee-jerk reaction in form of skewed funding and tokenism. Cognizant that there exists no unified national policy or legislation in supporting of the sector and SMEs across the entire value chain. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government develops a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises, SMEs, detailing recognizing funding, mentoring, expansion, reconstructing, and marketing of all SME products. Honorable members, debate on this motion will resume in the next sitting. Honorable members, time now being 1 p.m. This House stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, the 9th of November 2022 at 2:30 p.m.
Silence takes over, saying all we need to say. There's endless possibilities in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate, the afternoon sitting on this day of the 8th of November, the year 2022. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. On the order of business for the members of the Senate this afternoon, nominated Senator Kenyuri Esther Anyeni will be sworn in this office in the administration of oath. The nominated Senator Kenyuri Esther Anyeni will be sworn in this afternoon. Also lined up for consideration are 2 bills and 2 motions. 2 bills will be read for the first time. There is a bill by the Senator Honorable Moses Kajwang on the County Vocational and Training Bill. This is Senate Bill number 3 of 2022. It is a bill that is originating from the Senate. This particular bill will be read for the first time on the floor of the Senate this afternoon. There is also the County Government's Additional Allocation number 2 bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 4 of 2022. This is by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Well, at the entrance of the Senate chambers, the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker Honorable Amason Kingi, beg your pardon, Amason Kingi has stepped into the chambers. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
To our church. First order, please. Order number 1, administration of oath. Nominated Senator Okenyuri Esther Anyeni.
Honorable Speaker, it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you and the Senate our newest nominated senator, Senator Esther Okenyuri.
Welcome, Senator.
By the Bible.
Are you speaking English or
Swahili? Mimi Okenyuri Esther Anyeni nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama mwanachama wa Seneti
naapa kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu na mtiifu kwa watu na Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwamba nitatii, nitaheshimu, nitahifadhi, nitalinda na nitaitetea hii katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kwamba nitayatekeleza majukumu yangu ya ubunge kwa uaminifu na uangalifu. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
Vast contribution on the floor of this House and in the committees. Mr. Our colleague, that she will probably make one or two mistakes on the floor of the House, in the committees. She should not be discouraged. We will work with her to ensure that she is as productive as possible in the next 5 years. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my power of the people under Article 1, Sub-Article 2, and I just wanted to encourage her that being a house of reason and being a house where most of the issues that we talk about tend to be bipartisan, opportunities that we can be able to work through, and may these coming 5 years be fruitful in anchoring the evolution in our country with your voice represented. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think
functions of the Kenya Sugar Board and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, empowerment of artisans by the national government, resumption of debate.
Honorable John Kiari. I think he had 8 minutes left. Is he here? Is there any other member who will do this? Honorable Kiari? Yes, he was continuing, yes. I think we can move to the next one. Honorable.
Thank you.
Beatrice Elachi.
So.
Honorable Kiari, you still had 8 minutes to finish moving your motion. Ready?
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate this opportunity to move this motion that intends to implore on the members of parliament to actually consider expanding the mandate of the NGCDF so that the NGCDF is now able to also, in addition to what NGCDF does, because we know at the moment NGCDF is mandated to undertake the issues of education, matters to do with security infrastructure, and a bit of youth development in sports and also environment. And this motion seeks to implore members of parliament to consider expanding the mandate of NGCDF to be able to take up the development of skills and provision of tools for artists, artisans, and innovation. Madam Speaker, while I started moving this motion, I had indicated that each and every member in this House does know of a case in their constituency of a great innovator who has a challenge of putting up the innovation to the world because they are not funded in such a way. Madam Speaker, we know that Kenya has innovative artists. We have artisans. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, if you drive from the Dagoretti corner all the way to the bypass Lenana School, you will see the road lined up with wares that are paraded by artisans who are craftsmen. Now, what you see at the front is just the shop. But what is happening in the back end is I would call it a training academy, because there are so many apprentices who are learning from the craftsmen, the traders, and the artisans. Madam Speaker, these innovations that are coming out of these young people do not get to see the light of day because they have small challenges in acquiring tools. They have challenges in developing their skills, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the intent of this motion is to call us as members of parliament to think of a way where we can fund the development of skills, the development of apprenticeship, and the provision of tools, just as we do for sports. And Madam Speaker, as we speak now, we have a legislative proposal in front of this House where we are intending to make CDF a bit more robust. We are intending to even improve the monies that are going to go to national government and CDF, Madam Speaker. Even as we are making this legislative proposal, what else can we onboard, Madam Speaker? I said to this House that we are in an era where ideas are currency. We are in an era where each and every individual shall be remunerated commensurate to the problems that they solve. The problem solvers of our time, Madam Speaker, are the innovators. What support are innovators getting today, Madam Speaker? None at all. Not from government, not from corporate Kenya, not even from us as MPs, Madam Speaker. These innovations, we have seen where they have been supported. For example, corporates in Kenya have hackathons, Madam Speaker. Out of these hackathons, we have had young people develop apps, develop solutions. In the Dagoretti South constituency today, we have a school feeding program, Madam Speaker. In this school feeding program, the meal card is actually an electrical armband that young children wear to school. This armband is fed with an application where when a parent pays for the meal, at lunchtime, you can be able to scan this armband and we can tell how much money this child has for lunch in our school feeding program. The case I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that when we give support to innovation, young people in Kenya can actually leapfrog us to the front of the pile in terms of innovation. Madam Speaker, I had made a great case for this motion in the minutes that I had in the last session, and I will not want to take much more time rather than to implore the members of parliament here to support this motion by actually considering the artisans, the artists and the innovators in your constituency and see the case for supporting them through NGCDF. Madam Speaker, I had spoken here earlier and talked about what is it that is in your hand, Madam Speaker. I had talked about Moses of the Bible, and I had said that when Moses was called, he said that I do not have anything with me. I do not know how to speak. And the good Lord had said to Moses, what is it that you're holding in your hand? And Moses had said he was holding a rod, a staff, and he was told, take that rod and lead your people out of captivity. The honorable members in this house, what you have in your hand is NGCDF. We can expand the mandate of this NGCDF so that we support our artists, so that we support our artisans, so that we support our innovators. And what will happen? We, by supporting our artists, will be curbing the problem of Kenya being a net importer of innovation, Kenya being a net importer of products, Kenya being a net importer of the things that we use. We can start developing appropriate technology that is region specific to our area so that we start importing technology that is not appropriate for Kenya by bringing in technology from India, technology from China, technology from the Europe. I do believe that if we can support our artists, our artisans and our innovators, we can develop region-specific technology that is fit for a time such as this. Madam Speaker, government is committing to digitizing government functions, to automating government functions. We want to build a robust creative economy, digital economy. How about we start by supporting the digital economy, the creative economy, by expanding the mandate of national government CDF to support our artists, to support our artisans, and to support our innovators. Madam Speaker, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and Kenya can actually be a leader at this time for the world. Madam Speaker, I want to leave it there so that we can have much more time for members of parliament to debate this motion, and I want to move this motion and call upon the Honorable Professor Phyllis Bartow to second this motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Mutembei constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to second this motion by Honorable J.K. Kiarie. Madam Speaker, this motion is coming at a very timely moment when the issues surrounding CDF are at stake. The CDF fund is under threat from quarters which are very interesting. And this fund came into place because the intention was to bring a balance, or its intention was to look at the social economic development of the constituencies in Kenya and to correct the imbalances which had been there. And it has been doing a good job. Madam Speaker, in as much as we know this NCDF is going to remain, it is high time we expand the mandate so that it can capture other issues which support development in our constituencies. Madam Speaker, CDF has been doing schools, infrastructure, security, and many others. For the last past 1 week and this week, we have had members debate on the successes of this fund. Now, Madam Speaker, we have our artisans. At the moment, their support base or their place in this fund is nowhere. And this is what we are saying, Madam Speaker. We need to get a small percentage of this cake, of this piece of the NCDF to support the innovators. We have those ones who we have taken them through the TVETs, and I'm sure in almost every county or in a constituency, there is a technical college. For example, in Mutembei constituency, we have Koshin Technical College, we have Mutembei Technical College, and it has been churning out so many trainees. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, once they are out there, they have excellent skills, they have very good innovations, but they need to be supported. Their hands have to be held. We are looking at a country where there is a lot of unemployment. We need to create industries. We need to make this country, we need to industrialize the country so that it reduces the burden of unemployment. But in support of that, how do we fast track this process so that we clear the issue of unemployment? These artisans belong to the informal sector. And we know that the informal sector supports our economy in a big way. All along, we have concentrated on taking people to higher institutions of learning at the expense of these who graduate from technical colleges. The informal sector almost was an industry which survived the COVID season. In as much as they were struggling, they managed to come out of it struggling. We need to relook at this industry and support. We have young people, I'm sure all of us, when we were going through the campaign season, we encountered these people displaying their wares, trying to get the attention of politicians, hoping that they can be supported in one way or another. We no longer want to subject them to such situations. How I wish we could cater for them in the NCDF fund so that they can improve their innovations, they can earn a source of livelihood, and they can also create employment for the others. In Mutembei, for example, we have one part of the constituency which is in town. We have artisans who are doing a lot of innovations. They don't even have spaces to operate. They are at the mercy of well-wishers who create space for them, and sometimes they are thrown out by the Kanjo or the Askaris, the city Askaris, because they don't have a space. If we can just support them in a small way, these are already people who are already motivated and they are ready for takeoff. If we can just apportion something for them to take off, it is equivalent to giving them wings to fly. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, they will go a long way. And we are not asking for so much. We are just asking for possibly 2%, now that 2% has been apportioned to environment, and another 2% for, that kitty has been apportioned. We are just asking for another small percent to cater for these artisans so that they don't just hang there, or so that they can be, so that they can also create employment and employ others. And I'm imagining how many people will be absorbed in that market. We are also looking at ways of giving them an opportunity to be registered by NITA. What we have in place, Madam Speaker, is that some of them have gone through training without having any documents to support the knowledge they've acquired. For example, we have mechanics who have gone to, they volunteered to work in workshops. They've not gone to any formal school, but they are very competent. They know their work. They know they perform their duties very well. Unfortunately, they don't have anything to show. They cannot even go and bid for tenders because they don't have the requisite documentation. In this kitty, which they will be able to get, in this fund, which when they are factored, we can partner with institutions like NITA so that they can even be given training for 1 or 2 weeks, and they are given certificates so that when tenders are advertised, they are in a position to go and bid, and they have capital to advance their work. And it will really support them in a very big way. Madam Speaker, I think apportioning this CDF to these people is equivalent to improving the society, and the job creation will increase in a very exponential way. Madam Speaker, what we know is that this NCDF has been in place. It has been in society for a long time. It has become a right, a human right, a basic right to the people. So I know that anything which interferes or which affects the NCDF is equivalent to violating the human rights of our constituencies, because it has been placed until it has become a right. So let us also expand it so that it caters for every other member. So I second the motion, and I support and I welcome the members of Parliament to debate and give it the attention it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I propose the question, which is that aware that there are many talents amongst the youth of this country, noting that these talents have been severally displayed through various inventions and also innovations by artisans in platforms such as the annual Youth Innovation Week and profiled on social media and so on, concerned that most of these innovations and artworks do not go beyond sensational stories in our localities and local dailies and social media mentions. Noting that most of these innovations and artworks are crucial in ideas promotion, intellectual development, and art creating employment and addressing the problems that affect us as Kenyans on a daily basis. Concerned that there is inadequate support and administrative measures to support these artisans, cognizant of the fact that the Kenya Vision 2030 seeks to make our country an industrialized middle-income economy in the next 9 years, and aware of the immense potential for wealth creation and job opportunities through our own local production generated if well developed and commercialized. Also recognizing that our imports are well in excess of 2 billion shillings, and most of these imports are not relevant to the Kenyan market, noting that homegrown technology would be region sensitive and appropriate for the environment, social economic dynamic and suitable for our utility. Further concerned that most of these artisans lack appropriate technology and skills, capital and tools, this House resolves that the national government, through the relevant ministry, formulates a policy to ring-fence 2% of the monies allocated under the National Government Constituency Fund and the Ways of Fund for the purposes of equipping artisans with the necessary skill and technology and tools. The Honorable Member for Endebess, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, considering that this is a very interesting motion and it has a lot of support for members, many of these members would want to contribute. We have first-time members here. Some of them have even not made their maiden speech. So I would seek that members, we speak 5 minutes each on this motion as we contribute, so that we can allow as many members as possible to contribute to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Endebess. I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97.1, that the time for the debate of this motion be limited to 5 minutes for each member speaking. Can I put the question? I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97.1, that the time for the debate of this motion be limited to 5 minutes for each member. Will as many as of these opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinions say no? The ayes have it. Thank you. And while I'm on my feet, I wish to recognize the presence of our guests in the public gallery, students from Diwopa Catholic Primary School, from Embakasi Central Constituency, Nairobi County. I also wish to recognize the presence of students from Moi Ndabi Secondary School, from Naivasha Constituency, Nakuru County. I now give the floor to the Honorable Member for North Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the outset, I support this motion by Honorable KJ in the empowerment of artisans by the national government. Madam Speaker, this motion is very timely. Madam Speaker, our youth who are out there, we've got innovators there, but a way of getting funding is an issue. Madam Speaker, yes, we've got the UWEZO fund, and we are very limited with the UWEZO fund, Madam Speaker, in the sense that it has to be given to a group of people and not an the rule is it should be given to groups of youths who are between 10 to 30, I mean between a group of between 10 to 15, and anybody under 35 for male, and for female, it can go even up to 100 years old. But Madam Speaker, we need to devise a way in which even not just UWEZO, even the youth fund be given to innovators at concessionary rates, not interest like what is in UWEZO. UWEZO fund is it does not attract any interest. It's zero interest payable over 2 years. Madam Speaker, the other thing is like what we do in CDF. We give 2.5% to environment, we give 2.5% to sports. I believe it is achievable if we can give the 2.5%, not 2.5%, similar to what is in environment and sports, to the kitty, which would assist these innovators. Madam Speaker, there is a program on TV here in Kenya as well as in the UK where investors come up and they fund innovators to do what they can do best. Because innovators do not have to be necessarily educated. So long as you can innovate and you fill the gap which is there in the market, I think you can do a lot with that. And if we do support them, then we can even patent them. We should assist them not just to innovate, we patent it so that the patent is protected not just in Kenya and all over the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to have a good patent system in this country so that the innovators who do the new innovations in Kenya are not copied either in China or Taiwan or Singapore or Bangladesh or India, so that we protect our innovators for good. Madam Speaker, if this bill or motion goes through, I wish it would be done into a bill by Honorable KJ, so that the Committee on Trade can take it up. It's a Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives can take it up, so that our people can get this money as soon as possible, not just through CDF, not just through WEZO, not just through Youth Fund, but any other fund which the government will establish, even the Hustlers Fund, so that they can be given this money to do a lot of work. And I believe once we get the innovators off the ground, we will reduce the level of unemployment in this country, because the youths who know what to do will be engaged in fruitful getting money the right way, and doing, you know, they make use of their knowledge and expertise. Madam Speaker, the proposer of this motion, Professor, talked about NITA. Yes, NITA is there, but NITA needs to be strengthened, that we do not just get employers just paying into National Industrial Training Authority for the sake of paying, but there is no real training on the ground. Because I remember NITA has been there for ages, but never heard how many graduates from NITA have come into the job market. And Madam Speaker, we need to strengthen a lot of things. We need a standalone fund for these artisans, and once they are there, then there is an authority to manage it, and we can then get forward and get our people employed. Madam Speaker, I want to join others, and I would request fellow colleagues to congratulate Honorable KJ and support it wholeheartedly, so that we can get this off the ground, and let it be based at the constituency level, because that is what will assist our people, because we know what our people need. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate Honorable KJ again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate KJ for having moved this motion in Parliament in regards to supporting the artisans through the NG-CDF and all other government funding. Madam Speaker, I want to state it clear from the onset that all the innovations that we are using in this country, including all the technologies, are all innovators. The only innovation that we can have in this country that is domiciled in Kenya and is Kenyan made is the artisan technology. and the reason why I am standing here to support this motion, that we should look at all other avenues of supporting the artisan. I know there is a proposal of 2% from the CDF to develop our artisans, but I think if allowed, it is important that we can put more monies into this, because this is the technologies that we want to continue developing. The reason, Madam Speaker, why I am standing to support the artisan is on the following grounds. One, we need to preserve our cultures, because most of the artisan technology that we are seeing in this country is developed based on the cultures that we are in. A lot of our artisans are actually looking at the environment and building products from those environments. So if we want to continue building our cultures, we'll need to develop our artisan. Look at the example of the Maasai Shuka. The Maasai Shuka has gained a global fame because it is one of the things that has actually been seen as a promoter of our cultures. So unless we want to build this culture of improving our artisan, we might forget all about our culture. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to support in this country, from the place where I come from. I come from a constituency called HUTACHILIA. And when I actually stood here the first time to talk about to speak, I actually mentioned about a clothing called Lorwa. This is a traditional clothing that is actually gaining traction in the region, in Kenya and also in Uganda. It is an artisan project that we need to develop, Madam Speaker. Or unless then we get money to put here, these kind of artisans might not be able to actually get the traction that they need. Madam Speaker, it is very sad to note that some of the artisan products that have actually been produced before have actually been sold into the foreign countries who have owned it. Look at this product called Kiondo, for example. I am told, Madam Speaker, if I'm not wrong, that Kiondo was taken by Chinese or Japanese, and now it becomes their product, and yet it was developed by a local artisan. The reason why the Chinese or the Japanese took this product to themselves is because our artisans were so powerless to be able to develop their product, to be able to trademark their product, and to be able to market their product, Madam Speaker. And the reason why we are actually saying, for us to continue developing and protecting our artisans and the products that are produced by our artisans, we need, Madam Speaker, to put money, and not only 2% of the CDF, but more than that, so that our products can continue. If we do not put resources into our artisan, Madam Speaker, we are going to fail terribly. If you look at the innovation of Safaricom, PESA, that was actually Kenyan-made product. But then it has gained global traction. But it was taken from the Kenyans by those who had money to protect and to actually consume it and call it their own. Unless we actually put resources into our artisan, we will be losing a lot of our products to those that have got funding. Madam Speaker, I think it is high time that we will need to look at this country and start exporting products and not only exporting leaders. We've exported Barack Obama to the United States. We have exported Rishi, now who is the Prime Minister, Sunak, of the UK. And yet we cannot export our artisan products. Why is it so? It is because we put a lot of our money into building our education system and not put a lot of our money into our products. Madam Speaker, I think as much as we laugh into the products that we produce in this country, we will continue laughing into it until when we decide and know that unless we put resources into these products cannot be anything. Madam Speaker, as we speak, today we've got more than 1,500 vocational training centers and over 400,000 students and pupils in this vocational training. Why are we putting a lot of resources in building these people if we are not putting resources for these people to be able to export and utilize the knowledge that they have gotten? Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill to say that unless we put money into it, with the Lorwas that I'm talking about from Kachaliba, the Shangas that we are actually exporting from this country will all go to West. It will be taken by others. It will be a product of another country. I support again, KJ, and I want to thank him for supporting this because we need to have our artisan recognized and supported. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kuna laini moja.
And enhancing their culture, still live in poverty. And the main reason is that this trend is in the hands of people. Madam Speaker, I don't think that anybody could easily answer the question. Where do the Maasai beads actually come from? The beads themselves, the raw material, are not manufactured by Maasai. At one point, the Maasai people were told that you could collect the beads from there. And the day that the Maasai people know the source of their raw material,
chini ya mamlaka.
the day that they are trading. The artisans, the source of the raw material, so that it is cheaper and that we can be able to manufacture it. So how are you? That's really cheaper for you and much more available if the raw material was to be found in the hands of by the masses, by those people in Kajiado, those people in Nara, those people in Sabur, who are actually producing this. But so the other problem we have with this Maasai trade is that even the market is not in their hands. We sell these things to middlemen, and and the middlemen know where to take it outside the country. The little market that we are able to capture in Kenya, is not sufficient enough to take us out of poverty. We would like to make sure that our brethren fight market way to Europe through well-organized groups of young or artisans down there in the market. But as once we are able to get the board of the market, that's the because my time is expired. I don't want to. I would have talked about it but I'm sure the next member will be able to collapse. Without prices, we are actually going nowhere in terms of physical. I have seen the same things in China. I've been manufactured industry, and the moment we patent them, they will be back to bring us to success. With those few remarks, I think I
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this motion. On the onset, I want to support the motion by Honorable Diaria, member for Takoradi South, on the empowerment of artisans by the national government. And this is a good motion. It's a motion that is encouraging for talent development within our nation. Honorable Speaker, when the Kenya First team in their county consultative meetings came to Transoya, I had cases where we had many artisans making presentations. And these artisans, look at them, they have talent. But the biggest challenge they have is in terms of tools, in terms of we would encourage every constituent to develop a studio. So that if we can have studios in every constituency, like the ICT hubs that we have developed, then within these studios we can equip them. Equip those studios with a good facility, and also encourage the local talent in whatever field they are, whether there is a talent in music, whether it's a talent in any form of production, because you find that we have Kenyan youths who would want to even engage in film production. There are those who have talents in singing. There are those who have talents in even developing various things. There are others who want to develop a vehicle. There are others who have talent in developing software. There are others who have talent in even various fields, whether agricultural, even in climate mitigation measures. So I think putting 2% of whatever is of our allocations in CDF for talent development, to me it is even too little to ask for. And I think but it is a good start for us, so that we can be able to start from somewhere, put that 2%, but in line with that, putting that 2%, where we have put up our ICT hubs. For example, in Endebess, I have an ICT hub with more than 40 computers, about 47 computers, where my youths from all the constituency, they are able to come there, they are able to be taught through the Ministry of ICT, where they're able to engage in getting jobs and everything. But I think it is even better if we can develop a studio for them, where those who want to develop who are musicians. They can come and record their music. Even church choirs can come and record their music and be able to develop and market and sell. So I think 2%, Honorable Kiaria, might be too little, but it's a good start. And therefore, I want to support you on that line and think that all the other members will be able to support. And this motion, it says it resolves. Parliament resolves. So once it is resolved, then I think this resolution should be able to be implemented by the CDF committee through maybe some bit of amendments in our regulations so that this can be made to be workable. With those few remarks, I want to support.
I would like to strongly support the motion brought by a young member of parliament from Dagoretti South and an artist himself. And I think this is a very timely and important motion, given the fact that, in fact, as a country, we do have an advantage that we could turn to the benefit of our young people. We have one of the youngest young populations in the world. And by investing in that young population, we could turn what could be a crisis into a boom. In other words, we can make young people productive and contributors to the economy. And I think innovators, creators, and talent people are out there. And technology and culture and arts could be an entry point for us as a country to be able to lift our economies and create an opportunity for this country to become a developed country. I was just looking at the benefit of how much the countries like the United States benefit from production of art and cultural goods and services. And in the United States, arts and culture add 4.3% directly to the nation's GDP, to a total of $1 trillion a year. This is an amount much bigger than anything that is offered by the American industry, construction industry, the mining industry, everywhere. The arts and culture sector contribute more to the economy and the GDP of the United States than anything else. And us, given the fact that we have an abundant number of innovators, creators, and talented people, we can leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution by investing in our youth, by putting money to promote that. And I speak also as a member of parliament who has the largest art and culture center in Nairobi. The Nairobi Craft Center in Shauri Moyo, Majengo, is a one big production center that is not very productive in the sense that it does not get the investment that it requires. So I fully support that we should support our innovators, our artisans, and we should be able to benefit from that into the digital age. And I think 2% is not enough, but it's a good beginning. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is a very good motion that we should support, and I think this is where the government should invest so that we can turn our young people into productive forces to contribute to the economy rather than becoming criminals and people who are undermining our economy. And I think one of the biggest challenges we face in this country is unemployment. If we can fix the problem of unemployment, then we can fix many of our economic problems. And Honorable KJ's idea and motion would make a major contribution to denting that unemployment problem in the the country and in our capital city. Therefore, I support it fully, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Rundikiri, member for Buhuri constituency.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague, Honorable KJ, for bringing this motion. Madam Speaker, the term artisan refers to a worker who practices trade or handicraft. They are called craftsmen. They are skilled. They are semi-skilled. Madam Speaker, we have so many young people in this country. Some of them have never been given opportunity to exploit their talents, either in singing, in making items, in trading in items. They have not been identified and funded and supported accordingly. So this motion comes in handy, because this motion, we will have one milestone of looking for funding for these interested young people. Madam Speaker, we all come from constituencies with so many young people. Many of them, they are dancers, is part of artisan. Many of them want to make things with their own hands. Many of them want to trade in items that are found in their locality. Madam Speaker, I support the 2% increment allocation by the CDF, but that's not enough. How I wish that we can list this up to 5%, because it will cover a wide area of our youth. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, border constituency, there are so many items, there are so many products that if these people are given an opportunity, they will be able to use them and make income from. Madam Speaker, it is a shameful thing for us in Kenya to be allocating 2% only to the largest population of this country. How I wish the mover of the motion could have said an allocation of at least 10%, borrowed from National CDF, borrowed from Human Enterprise Fund, borrowed from the Youth Enterprise Fund, so that we have a bigger picture, because we are dealing with a very high population. Madam Speaker, these people, if they are funded well, they will not only have an opportunity for innovation, but also they will create employment for others. Madam Speaker, they will create infrastructural development in terms of centers where they will be operating from. They will create entertainment. They will get majority of the young people who are into drugs and alcoholism to become active in the society. Madam Speaker, this motion has come the right time when the ASLA fund is being instituted by the government. How I wish that ASLA fund will target these kind of people, our young people. And therefore I ask the mover of the motion to consider lobbying for more allocation of the ASLA fund. And I hope KJ is listening. I hope a greater amount of ASLA fund is allocated to our artisans. Madam Speaker, if that is done, we will prevent a lot of bad things happening in this country among our youth. I am very sure, Madam Speaker, this motion will pass, will be approved by the members, and once it is approved, we will now have the responsibility of implementing this, the motion. So, Madam Speaker, this is a great thing for us to note. And I want to remind this House that the great China, majority of the companies that have become multinational companies today, they were all started as artisans. Very small companies, they have grown up to towers making, they have grown up to making big things. So, Madam Speaker, I support. And I know this will create a serious base for this country if we support these hustlers, because majority of them, they are actually hustlers. I beg to support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, member for Westlands constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me also a chance to add on my voice on this motion. First, I want to congratulate my friend, my neighbor, Honorable Kiare, for bringing this motion. Madam Speaker, way back before the devolution took a center stage, there were these vocational colleges that were being funded by the CDF. And then when it was devolved, they went to the county government. They were devolved to county government. And these are some of the centers that we were using through the CDF, Madam Speaker, to support our young people who are ready to go and learn some skill which they can use, Madam Speaker, to develop many other things. And we know most of these colleges, Madam Speaker, when the CDF was removed, they stalled. And now even the enrollment has completely gone down. And I had even asked the CDF if they can allow the CDF to continue funding these colleges so that we can now bring in our young people. Today, Madam Speaker, if you go around looking for a plumber, it is very difficult to find one. If you are looking for an electrician, it's very difficult. Now we have these motorcycles, those who are technicians who are supposed to repair, they are supposed to repair this level. And most of the successive government after Moi that came into power, they completely destroyed the middle level colleges and upgrading them to universities. And this is what has also created a vacuum that our young people, those who are left school, those who drop out of school even at standard 8, these are the colleges that are supposed to, Madam Speaker, go to and learn something that can help them in develop their skill. If you read the story of Steve Jobs, this is a man who really created this Apple, the mobile phones, the iPhones and all that, the Apple products. He designed this thing in his own room, and in a small room. Now this same gadgets, Madam Speaker, are the world leading from the US, and I'm very sure, as the past speaker said about the PESA, the person who created an PESA was just a Kenyan youth who then sold it to Safaricom, the idea, and it was bought, and now you can see it become like a revolution in the whole world. So investing in innovation, it will bring out the creativity of our young people. And I know countries that have developed, the Korea, the Asian tigers, China, and many others, Madam Speaker. When you look at what they have done, they have invested heavily in innovation, and they have invested in skills development. And even the new program that the government has started, the CBC, I think that's an area that also needs to be supported, because as we refine it, it's an area that we are going to use, Madam Speaker, to develop talent. And sometimes we, in the US, when they discover talent in somebody, they isolate that person and nurture it. So today, even our young people, if you just give them a mobile phone or a laptop, you can see the kind of things they can come up with. They can create a lot of things. They can design. They can do all manner of things. with just a laptop or a phone. So, Madam Speaker, I support that we invest in this empowering artisans, and through the CDF or even these other funds, the government funds, the WESO Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund, and others, Madam Speaker, they can be used to support these artisans. I know some of them are self-made, but you can see even the person who has not even had a formal education, when you see the kind of work they can do, Madam Speaker, it's amazing that we
Thank you. The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the chance, and I want to take this opportunity also to thank Honorable Keria for coming up with this motion. My take, Madam Speaker, will be that once this goes through, my thought is that once it goes through, Mheshimiwa, we want you then, of course, consequently, to be able to have it made into a bill and create a department. Because if you just ask, that we're going to have this, the bill maybe through and we fund it through the CDF or WESO funds, it may be messy and may be very good directive. I want to ask this House that this bill is very good because Kenyans are very creative. If you didn't know, recently I made a trip with him to Korea, and we're asked to carry a Maasai sheet. We're supposed to go with Maasai because they have seen it and it's very admirable elsewhere, a creation from this country. Go to Bomas of Kenya, see how the youth dance and sing. The singers in the country, compare even with the DRC Congo. So we have talent here and it's wasted. So I think, Madam Speaker, in where I'm sitting and where I stand, that I think once this is gone through, and as you can see, it's very supportive, the House is very supportive on this motion, I would suggest that we do one thing, make it into a department, and that department can be housed either the Ministry of Youth or Ministry of Industry or whatever it is, again, depending on the wisdom of this House, so that the youths are actually not disadvantaged. It's not only the youth. There are many other people over even 38 years and above, very creative out there. So that's the only way we can be able to have this particular motion, and I hope my colleague Kiaria is listening, and therefore we'll pick it up and let's work together, and so that we don't just talk and talk and talk. So many things has just been mentioned. Those of you who didn't know, Safaricom was actually created by our own youths sometimes back. Now it's taken all over. We have sold it to Ethiopia and everywhere else. I went to the Middle East and Safaricom is there. Creation of our own youth. And therefore, I think that's what they should do, and I think that's the way out to be able to go ahead of these people who come and take some of the talents and sell them elsewhere. I think, Madam Speaker, I want to also to mention that apart from creating that, we also want to make sure that from now onwards, and once that is done, and it's actually anchored in the Constitution, whatever it is, or through the Parliament here, that nothing can be copied out there without paying for it. Because anything that you see out there is paid for. Anything that comes out that is new to the world is paid for, because the talent is whatever it is. Because I've got young youth in my area, for example, running all over the place, and whatever they do, create, my friend, you'll be very amazed. So with those few remarks, I want to support the motion, and hopefully we'll make it into a bill and pass it on, and the best thing is to be able to anchor it into have a department, create a department that can be able to look after this particular talent, so they can be able to have this talent and the skills that are protected from the malicious people out there. With those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai, member for Kitui South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to support this motion by the Honorable Kiarie. First of all, I would like to congratulate him and to thank him for taking up what he did when he was in school many years ago. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable KJ is one of the examples of young people who started being an artist very early, and you can see that he's still doing very well even as a member of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this motion focuses on getting 2% and ring-fencing it from the CDF allocation to ensure that this money goes to support our local artisans. Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage the Honorable Kiarie, as he says that he's going to focus on youth, women, and people with disability. It is true that these are the most talented people that we have in our constituencies, in the 290 constituencies in this country. Honorable Speaker, as we do this, we can push our agenda on the women, because most women are highly committed, and also the youth, because of the way they are quite innovative. We have seen examples of countries where young people started small projects as local artisans, and these projects have translated to huge companies that have brought revenue to their countries. Honorable Speaker, I would like to encourage the Honorable Kiarie to also be a good example to these young people. We have seen many projects and programs where young people are called, they are trained for very good talk shows, but they don't get to close deals for business. So I would like to encourage him to be one of those, among other members of Parliament who are talented, that we can volunteer our time to ensure that our young people are not only being trained, but they are given the skills to cut deals, so that they don't only come up with very beautiful projects and programs, very beautiful products, but it does not translate to money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would also like to focus on double training, whereby when these young people are being trained, they can be exposed to international programs where they can see the success of the others, so that they can learn from them. As they do that, they'll be promoting their YouTube channels for those who have already learned, and also they can start their own startups that can also be pushed to huge returns. Honorable Speaker, as we train these people, these artisans, we can encourage them to invest in their local communities. We have seen examples of groups that start as small groups, and then they grow to become circles, and the circles start buying, for example, land. I've seen a small group that started buying land, and they become very big investments in the communities. So, Madam Speaker, as we focus on artisanship, we can also push towards going to purchasing of property within communities and encouraging many more other people to apply. Madam Speaker, most of these artisans will be people who are doing sculpture, others are doing very good carvings, like in my community. We have seen the Kiss community who are very good in molding the soft stone. We have seen a wonderfully woven fabric being handled by our Luo. Honorable Speaker, I know that we are encouraged not to mention people by tribes, but I'm just trying to use the example so that we can relate the talent to the owners. For example, the Luo, who are very good in making fabric. Madam Speaker, our Maasai sisters and brothers who are making breathtaking decor using beads for the neck and for the hands and for feet. Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage the Honorable Kiarie that this is a very good motion that you have brought, and it needs to be supported and given the 2% and ring-fenced, so that we ensure that it is not taken by other projects like tree planting, which is equally good, but artisanship is extremely good. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Owen Bayer, member for Kilifi North Constituency.
Honorable Speaker, first to congratulate my brother and friend, the Honorable KJ, for introducing this motion. Secondly, to say that a lot of the artisans, those people that have good talents, those people who do wonderful, every time they meet a member of parliament, they will tell them, I don't have capital. I want to record this song, but I don't have money to go to the studio. I want to shoot this video, but I do not have money to go to the studio, to hire a video camera to go and shoot. So what is the problem with our talents? It has not been supported financially, and that is where the problem is. And I want to congratulate the Honorable KJ because he has put it on the right. We want to give them 2% of CDF and other funds, and that is where we get a solution to the problem. A lot of the talents that we have, Madam Speaker, I have many people who do very beautiful gates. They design very beautiful gates. And they have the skills. They've been trained. They have even the market. But they will tell you, I need 20,000, only 20,000 shillings to fabricate this gate and sell it and make 60,000, make a profit of 40,000. And with 40,000, I can make another 4 gates. But they lack that 20,000 to start them off. Honorable Kiari, you've put the nail on the head. We need to give them money to do the job that they can do very well. And where do we get the money? CDF has many components. One of these is environment and many other components. Putting in 2% to support that talent is very important, because if you read the CDF Act, they say you cannot confer a direct benefit to an individual. That therefore locks out giving the money to individuals. But then I ask myself, but when I give bursary, what am I doing? I'm conferring a direct benefit to an individual. But then when someone comes and says, I make very beautiful dresses, I want you to buy for me a sewing machine, I will tell them, you know, the CDF Act does not allow me to do that. We need to go to the CDF Act and change it. And this motion should be the precursor for us to be able to go to the CDF regulation and change them and put the 2% to support the artisans, to support people with talent, and to support our young people who are rearing and yearning to make a difference in their own lives without having to follow around an MP or a politician to make money. And that is the only way we can help this country. When you talk about the Hustler Fund, during the campaigns, you saw so many young people moving around with MPs, with politicians. What are they looking at? At the end of the day, they want 1,000 bob, 2,000 shillings. But then, if we have empowered these people through the CDF kits that we have, through Uwezo Fund, through all these other institutions that have funds, I can tell you, there will be more people producing for this country, and we will grow the GDP of this country. If you look at other countries, if you have an idea, you can walk into a bank, sell your idea, and a bank or a financial institution will give you the money to promote that idea. In this country, an idea is not collateral. An idea is not something that can give you funds. But this motion tells us that a good idea is bankable and can get funding, and that idea can be progressed to something that is commercial, and when it is commercialized, then people make money, and they put money in their pocket, and they put food on their pocket, and educate their children. That is the way to go, to support the millions of young people in this country who are only looking for one: capital. They are looking for capital. They have the market. You have many young people who do very nice skits, who do very nice. I follow one person, it's called Victor Naman. I don't know whether you, yes, Ujinga, Victor Naman. I follow him on, a very interesting guy, extremely talented. If you had a problem during the day and you want to sleep well, watch Victor Naman. It'll make you laugh and sleep very well at night, because he provides you with comic relief. But Victor Naman would do better if we gave him capital from our CDF and those like him to promote their talent and make big money. cannot call a big show like Churchill will do. But if we had some capital, they would also promote their talents across the way Churchill did and made money. They would also make as good money as Churchill and Eric Omondi, if we gave them the money to do that. So I want to ask you, members of this parliament, as we pass this motion and as we go forward, we need to go to the regulations of CDF and tinker them and change them and put money, 2%, 5%, just to support the millions of young people who require funding for their talent and for their artisanship. This country's GDP will go up, we'll have less insecurity, and we will develop talent in this country. Actually, the highest earners in this country are artists. In this world are artists. The billionaires in the US are artists. We can create our own here by supporting them, by giving them the capital to do what they can do best, and we grow our GDP, and the hustlers will rise, and this country will become what we want it to become. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the J. Asante. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Irene Mayaka, nominated member representing the youth.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support this motion by the Honorable John Kiarie. Honorable Speaker, we live in a country that for the longest time has overglorified the blue-collar jobs. Everybody out there, the young people, believe that for you to be able to make it in this country, then you must have a blue-collar job. And this is the very wrong perspective that we have out here. But the reason for this, again, Honorable Speaker, is because of lack of such motions that actually intentionally promote artisans and people who have their own natural talents to be able to prosper in the country. But then again, Honorable Speaker, even as we seek to have this motion put in place, we must also ensure, and I know Honorable John Kiarie would be very instrumental in ensuring that we have an administrative process that enables us to have this particular motion put in place in the right way. Honorable Speaker, the first thing that we need to ensure that we have is that within our different constituency, even before the CDF funds is ring-fenced to ensure that it supports these young people, do we even have a database? Do we know how many different skilled people that we do have in our different constituencies? Because that should be the first step. Honorable Speaker, I think in literally every constituency in this country, we do have access to TVETs. But then these TVETs have not been properly utilized. So that is also another step, that these people who are artisans in their various skill sets have the advantage of getting trained. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that we need to do is establish a Buy Kenya, Build Kenya strategy, where we actually have exhibitions in place that enable artisans for different types of skill sets to be able to showcase what they do have. And Honorable Speaker, let's not also forget the fact that we are a country that is very innovative in nature. We are a country that has majority of our people on social media platforms, and we need to actually take advantage of these platforms for us to be able to penetrate the rest of the country to showcase some of the talents we have. Honorable Speaker, where I come from in the Gusii area, Nyamira and Kisii County, we have some of the best artists, rappers and musicians in this country. But then again, most of these people have not been able to discover that they can actually make a lot of money through the online process. Honorable Speaker, if I can just use an example of one artist called Diamond, who uses the YouTube channel to actually showcase his music. He puts in a new song, and within 1 hour, he has so many people actually viewing this, and he ends up making money through this channel. Honorable Speaker, so my encouragement is that even as we seek to ensure that we actually pass this and have funds, as suggested by the Honorable Member, of 2% being allocated for this, we must also be ready to be very open-minded and also consider the fact that we cannot only promote our artists through the homegrown sources, but that we can also use the online facilities that we have. Honorable Speaker, in fact, in my view, I think 2% is actually on the low side. We should actually have a higher percentage for this, because as I said when I began, it's that we do not have any more blue-collar jobs in this country. We are trying to encourage our young people to actually be employers, to be CEOs, so that they can also employ other people and use this mechanism of being artisans to be able to grow our economy. And I will speak as I finish. One honorable member did mention about the Gusii artisans who use soapstone, and this is one thing that is actually unfortunately dying in our spaces because it has not been significantly promoted. And therefore, as I take my seat, I'd just like to once again congratulate the Honorable John Kiarie for bringing this motion, and I urge all of us to support it because this is the right way to go. Let us encourage ourselves and ensure that we buy Kenya and build Kenya. I thank you.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko, member for Likoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to congratulate Honorable Kiarie for coming up with this motion. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say from the beginning that there has been a significant increase in the number of Kenyan youth involved in the artisan industry. And this is an area where we can create a lot of employment. Honorable Speaker, this is the time where we need to shift the youth from being employees to being employers by creating their own industries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you talk about handcrafts, coming from Mombasa County, where we have a small industry by the Akamba community, and we call it Akamba Handcraft Industry. They have employed several Kenyans in that small industry, but they don't have financial opportunities where maybe they could strengthen that small industry so that they employ more Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you talk about painting, you see our Kenyans, people do a lot of colorful artwork. They display our traditions. They display so many issues. And this is an area where if you put more funding, these people create employment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to agree that it is important that we can take 2% of the CDF funds so that we can give to our youth through trainings, because as members of parliament, we have created the TVET, the colleges where our youth can undertake several skills in terms of artisans. Madam Speaker, these people have experienced a lot of challenges. One of the challenges is globalization of products, where they encounter a lot of competitive in terms of pricing, because Kenya has also been one of the areas where other countries are dumping their products. Honorable Speaker, if you're not going to emphasize on the concept of buy Kenya and build Kenya, then we are not going to reduce the big burden of importation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that where I come from, there are several youth venture in filming industry, but they don't have funding, Madam Speaker. And this is a problem. And because CDF, we don't cater for social programs, it becomes very difficult for us to promote them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is lack of market. Which have been innovated by our own youth and our own Kenyans. That is the only way we can ensure this product, at least they have market, Madam Speaker. The other issue, Madam Speaker, we also need to have a protection in terms of copyright and patent right of our products. The kiondo, which is made in the Akamba community. Today, there are so many other communities innovating kiondo, and maybe taking the responsibility or taking the patent right of having the kiondo, and yet the kiondo comes from the Akamba community. Madam Speaker, through artisan, this is also a way to ensure that our cultures are being upheld. The Maasai community with their bracelets, with their earrings, and so many other instruments and equipment, even the drums, Madam Speaker. These are all equipments which, when we put more funds, maybe they can create employment, and also they can also create income to our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is an area where it can greatly reduce our import cost, which it has access to 2 billion right now, Madam Speaker. It is something, maybe we can find it is something small, but if we just think outside the box, Madam Speaker, then maybe even the Kenya Kwanza agenda of creating employment, this is an area to put more funding, and there must be special funding, there must be special structures to ensure that this funding will trickle down to the grassroots level. Because right now in my constituent, for instance, I have the Susumilas, the Chikuzes, they are good musicians, but where are they? They don't have any fortune because they are not recognized, they don't have finances, so they are just there just singing during the campaigns time.
The Honorable Kasim Tandaza, member for Matuga constituency.
Asante sana Madam Speaker. Kwanza nichukue fursa hii kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliyetuwezesha sote kuwa hapa na watu wa Matuga kwa ujumla kwa kuturegesha tena kwa mara ya pili, wale ambao wamekuja mara ya pili. Nichukue fursa hii kupeana kongole kwa Mheshimiwa KJ na ile miswada ambayo huwa analeta hapa na mijadala ambayo huleta moja kwa moja inaashiria kwamba yeye atakuwa mbunge wa Dagoretti mpaka pale labda yeye mwenyewe atakapoona labda anataka kwenda sehemu zingine, kwa sababu huwa analeta mambo ambayo yanaweza kubadilisha nchi hii, anaweza kubadilisha wananchi wetu wa Kenya ambao wana taaluma mbalimbali. Ningechukua pia fursa hii kumwelezea Bwana KJ, mimi kama naibu mwenyekiti wa CDF. Saa hizi tunazungumzia hili swala kama mjadala, na ikiwa ni mjadala mara nyingi huwa unaishia hapo. Kwa hivyo natoa ombi kwake aweze kuchukua jambo hili na kulitengeneza mswada ambalo moja kwa moja nataka kuhakikishia Bwana KJ litakapokuja katika kamati ya CDF, na hakikisha tutalipatia kipaumbele, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo ni la muhimu na litaweza kubadilisha yale matatizo na tetesi ambazo tuko nazo katika constituency zetu. Nikiwa hapa saa hizi na kijana pale Kombani anaitwa Hassan Nur ambaye aliweza kunialika kwake nyumbani na akanionyesha vile anaweza kugeuza moshi na kufanya mwangaza wa taa. Moshi ule wa kawaida ambao huwa unatumika karibu majumba yote, kwa sababu sehemu zetu nyingi isipokuwa labda kwa KJ kwake ni mjini hakuna moshi, anatumia stima na gesi, lakini na imani wabunge wengi kule wanakotoka moshi unapatikana. Kijana huyu ana huo ujuzi, anageuza moshi na anawakisha taa kutoka ule moshi. Lakini mbali na kuona na kufurahia, na labda siku hiyo kama alikuwa na chochote cha kumpa, labda akanunue sukari, nilimpatia. Hakuna jambo jingine zaidi ambalo ningeweza kumsaidia kama mbunge wa eneo hili, na najua taaluma kama hizi ziko kila mahali. Tukiangalia katika ile maeneo ya pwani, kuna taaluma ya kushona kofia ziko gali. Tunazungumzia kofia ambazo huuzwa kwa takriban 20,000, 25,000, na mara nyingi hushona na wakina mama. Saa hizi kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa kuweza kusaidiwa kiserikali na kimfumo, Asante. Nimeanzia na Madam Speaker, sasa naona ni Mr. Speaker saa sija tukaweza kutofautiana. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, nadhani pia umeweza kuhifadhi muda wangu na kuniongezea dakika 6 zaidi kwa kule kusimama wakati sikuweza kuzungumza. Katika zile taaluma ambazo tuko nazo katika sehemu mbalimbali za nchi, nilikuwa nazungumzia taaluma ya hasa maeneo ya pwani na kule kwangu eneo bunge la Matuga. Wale ambao wana ujuzi wa kushona kofia kama ile ambao mheshimiwa amevaa pale mbele. Kofia ile takriban huo unaenda ikiwa ni kwa urahisi ni shilingi 20,000. Kwa sababu sio rahisi kutengeneza kushona kofia kama ile. Lakini kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa mfumo wa kiserikali wa kuona kwamba taaluma kama ile inaweza kuzalisha kwa wingi, saa hizi tuna kofia kama zile ambazo zinatoka China. Ukiziangalia huwezi kuona tofauti baina ya kofia ile ambayo imeshonwa na watu wetu hapa na ile ambayo imetoka China. Na kwa sababu wao wameweza kusimamiwa na serikali na mashirika yao, zinakuja zikiwa ziko rahisi, ukiziangalia unaziona ziko sawa, lakini inauzwa shilingi 5,000, shilingi 6,000. Hii inamaanisha kwamba yule Mkenya ambaye ana taaluma kama ile angekuwa amesaidiwa na yeye angekuwa anaweza kuzalisha na kuuza nchi mbalimbali na kuleta fedha kwake na hata kwa nchi nzima, kwa sababu zitakuwa zinauzwa katika nchi za kigeni. Tumewacha taaluma kama hizo zinatumiwa na Wachina, wanaturegeshea sisi, wanazalisha kazi kwao, sisi wetu wanakosa kazi. Kwa hivyo katika mswada huu ni muhimu kwamba uweze kubadilishwa, uwe sheria na kuwe na kusimamizi kamili ya kuona kwamba ni vipi vijana wetu wanaweza kutumia taaluma zao. Kwa sababu kama waliotangulia kusema, utakuta kwamba mara nyingi watu wanakuja kwa wabunge na inabidi wafanye hivyo, kwa sababu ukiangalia haya mashirika mengine, hata tukizungumzia Uwezo Fund, Women Fund, Youth Fund, hizi ni fund ambazo zinabaki maofisini. Watu wengi kule vijijini hawazifahamu, hawana njia ya kuweza kujua fund kama hizi. Lakini wakati wowote ambayo fund huwa ina mbunge, kwa sababu mbunge mwenyewe ndio huwa anatembea karibu kila mahali, basi moja kwa moja huwa inanufanisha watu wengi na moja kwa moja inapata watu wale ambao wanahusika zaidi. Kwa sababu ya muda, ningetaka kutoa kongole na kusema na uunga mkono mswada huu na uweze kuwa sheria ili uweze kunufaisha nchi nzima kwa ujumla. Asante Bwana Spika.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm reliably informed that there are those who had logged in before the system went off, and the system went off with them. And there are those who now appear as number 1 from the list I have. And as you know, normally I would want to follow the list. But today I'll have an exception. I will be able to juggle between those who are logged in and who are logged off before the system went off, and those who are here. Those are given Paul Murigi, an honorable member for Mutembei South. I'll allow him this opportunity. Then he'll be followed by the Honorable Nyikal. Please don't carry your hand up. I've said I've been given a list of those who had logged in earlier. I will try to juggle between the two lists. Coming here won't help anybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I raise to support this motion, motion which is brought in this house by Honorable KJ. Mr. Speaker, this is the right time now to start focusing on the young people. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the largest population of this country, over 68-75%, consists of the young people, Mr. Speaker, and those are the people who are in their hand of jobs, Mr. Speaker. But we rarely provide jobs to them, Mr. Speaker, because in this country, most of the companies, Mr. Speaker, are saturated, Mr. Speaker. So there are no jobs there. So, Mr. Speaker, when this motion proposes that we give at least 2% to the young people, it is a good idea, Mr. Speaker, which all of us we are supposed to support and make all our effort, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that we pass this motion, Mr. Speaker. Because especially in my constituencies, Mr. Speaker, I have very many young people who are talented, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are artists, others are artisans, Mr. Speaker, and even some, Mr. Speaker, normally do the artworks, but the tools to do that job, Mr. Speaker, they do not have. But if we provide this fund in NG-CDF, Mr. Speaker, we will be in a right position, Mr. Speaker, of funding these groups of the young people to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that they have their own tools, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be able to do their work quite easily, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, as we are empowering the young people, we must, as the government or as the legislatures, we must empower them, Mr. Speaker, through providing the provisions, Mr. Speaker, which will encourage them to sell their product within this country and even exporting them, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, we normally import a lot of things from outside this country, the things which we have young people who have the capacity, Mr. Speaker, of providing or even manufacturing them, Mr. Speaker. So it is the right time, Mr. Speaker, we support this motion, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our young people, Mr. Speaker, are catered for and they are empowered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during our concluded or our just concluded election, Mr. Speaker, we had many young people who are campaigning for us, Mr. Speaker, and we promise them that, Mr. Speaker, we will empower them. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the future of our young people, Mr. Speaker, is bright because we have the NG-CDF fund.
A very good morning to you. You are getting proceedings there from the Parliament buildings, proceedings that parliamentarians are discussing the empowerment of artisans by the national governments. A number of parliamentarians just saying that it is important to empower people who are practicing artisanry and just ensuring that they have what it takes in terms of credit empowerment to ensure that they are growing their businesses and also just supporting the economy. Remember that artisans include people in the creative industry, the Juakali sector are also artisans, so they want to ensure that the national government is supporting this very important sector that is employing thousands of Kenyan youths and just to ensure that they are growing their businesses. In Kenya, over 80% of employees are employed by small and medium enterprises, a majority of which are practicing the artisanry. Those are proceedings from the Parliament buildings. We shall be taking you in a little bit to where the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is visiting the country. Those are live pictures from State House. The President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is visiting the country on a 2-day state visit, the first in his official capacity as the President of South Africa. He shall be meeting Kenyan President William Ruto, and they shall be discussing quite a number of issues surrounding political, social and cultural, as well as just economic ties between Kenya and South Africa. One of the key issues that is set to take center stage is definitely the visa policy that South Africa has on Kenyans entering South Africa. Remember, those particular discussions was started by former President Uhuru Kenyatta when he visited Johannesburg, South Africa. They discussed a number of issues and said there is need to review the restrictive visa policy that South Africa has on Kenyan visitors. Now, the conditions to that particular review were the repatriation of a number of thousands of Kenyans who are in South Africa illegally, and just that is what will be taking center stage in the conversation between
of 2021 on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights that was laid on the table of the House on 21st September 2021. Honorable Speaker, let me just thank all the members who contributed to this motion. Honorable Speaker, the huge interest that members had in this motion, it was evidence that many of us here appreciate the role that the respect of human rights within our labor force, Honorable Speaker, is how important this is, Honorable Speaker. Most, Honorable Speaker, because we, being the people's representatives, many of the people working either in the private sector or even in government agencies, Honorable Speaker, are our constituents, they are our voters, and they are the people we represent, and therefore the respect and honor of their human rights, Honorable Speaker, by corporates, both private and government agencies, Honorable Speaker, is of paramount importance to us as the people's representatives. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, since we now have a policy that creates that action plan on how agencies of government and even private entities will be governed in a way that they conduct business in a way that respects human rights, Honorable Speaker, I just want to pray that this House will adopt this sessional paper, and Honorable Speaker, that all our corporates, both private and public, will honor the provisions of this policy direction in view of ensuring that nobody, whether you are a Kenyan corporate, Kenyan citizen corporate, or even those corporates that have come from outside this country in terms of foreign direct investors who are investing in our country, that they respect our people and respect their rights. With that, those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
This matter has now been concluded, and I now proceed to put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the sessional paper number 3 of 2021 on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion changes to committee membership.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to move this motion understanding order 148. Honorable Speaker, in an amended form, that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27 October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified in the order paper, Honorable Speaker, and since the entire list is provided for in the pages up to page 163, Honorable Speaker, I don't wish to take members through the entire list. But Honorable Speaker, as we promised, both in the majority and minority leadership, that immediately after elections, Honorable Speaker, would have an opportunity to deal with members' placement in committees, especially those members who found themselves either not within any committee. There are also a number of members, like the Honorable Samuel Moroto, who I can remember from the majority side, who were only placed in one committee and didn't a departmental committee or a select committee, didn't have a departmental committee. There are members who are in departmental committees, no select committees. A few were in select committees without a departmental committee, Honorable Speaker. And we have endeavored, as we promised, to ensure that we place members at least in a departmental committee, subject to the availability of those slots on both coalitions. And Honorable Speaker, I just beg members to understand that the number of slots available in departmental committees across the political divide are limited. And therefore, you may find yourself in the minority missing out on a departmental committee, but hopefully maybe you are in a good very influential select committee. And members do know what select committees, depending on the applications that they considered to be influential select committees. Honorable Speaker, there was also the opportunity after the election of the chairs and vice chairs that any chair in line with our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, who has been elected, and you remember by the time we were doing these lists, many members had not been elected into either chairs or vice chairs. Subsequently, after the election of chairs and vice chairs, we have had to move chairs who had two committees to leave them in line with our standing orders with just one committee, as provided for in our standing orders. unless, of course, someone is in the select committees that don't sit often, like the appointments committee, whose work is almost sessional or seasonal at the time of appointment, and a few maybe in the selections committee, Honorable Speaker, and one or two, Honorable Speaker, chairs, vice chairs, sorry, who have been moved because probably they have been elected as a vice chair of a committee and they were in two very high-profile committees, and therefore to be able to accommodate other members who are in less high-profile committees, we have done those movements, and this is across the board from both the majority and the minority. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because this is just deployment, Honorable Speaker, we did indicate, and I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that as I indicated here, and I think the leader of my minority spoke to it last time, that the selections committee will no longer just be a committee that sits once at the beginning of the session to place members, and unless people are being whipped, is the next time it sits. We have had discussions on how the selections committee will work in this session, Honorable Speaker, and agreed within the selections committee and forwarded the same to the House Business Committee that has agreed with us that we want to place members in committees where they will not only participate but become active participants in their committees. Therefore, if you are lucky to find yourself in a committee, either a committee you wish to be in or one that you never wish to be in, and you have been placed in that committee, your active participation in that committee will determine whether you continue to sit in that committee. And once every month or every few weeks, we shall be sitting as a selections committee to review minutes of your committee sittings to ensure no member simply appears before a committee to sign the register and walk out. We shall review minutes to review how actively our members across the political divide are participating in the transactions of that committee, so that you allow other members who probably would have more time to be active participants in particular committees the opportunity to serve in those committees. So I just wanted to mention that, Honorable Speaker, so that if you see a lot of changes every now and then, we will understand that those changes are informed by our own actions or inactions in our committees. Therefore, for those who are serving in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, for those who serve in the Defense Committee, for those who serve in the Transport Committee, Health, and I think the other was Energy, that had very huge interest those, I think we have agreed within the leadership, both the minority and majority, that we will pay special attention to those committees so that any member who is not an active participant, then you will allow your leadership you have been. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg to move this motion, Honorable Speaker, and ask members to support so that now these committees may be able to sit, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I think as early as this evening, and that's why we don't waste a lot of time with it. There are committees that are here to have their elections, and part of the leadership in those committees sits in these changes, and that is what had even informed some of the changes. There are changes that we needed to do that either the minority or the majority intended to place certain members to lead certain committees, and we needed to move them so that they can be able to go ahead and hold their elections, especially the select committees, PIC. I think the Committee on Cohesion also is there to hold their elections, and therefore we should be able to allow them from this evening to be able to schedule their elections and elect their new leadership, and committees can begin work. With those few remarks, I beg to move and ask the Deputy Leader of Minority, the Honorable Mbui, to second.
Honorable Leader of Majority, before the secondment by your colleague, I think, Leader, you had indicated that you're moving the motion in its amended form. So if you could kindly pronounce the amendment for the record.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I forgot to mention that I did indicate that I'm moving this motion understanding number 148 in an amended form, and the amendment is on page 163 on the House Procedure and House Rules Committee, to delete that provision that the Honorable Maalim Farah MP to replace Honorable Yakub Ado Kuno MP. Honorable Speaker, at the time the minority side was making this change, it had not come to the attention that the Honorable Farah, being a member of the Speaker's panel, is by virtue of his office already a member of this committee, and therefore this will stand deleted for now, since the Honorable Farah already sits in that committee by virtue of his office.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the motion on changes to committee membership. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the leader of majority that basically this is meant to rationalize membership to different committees, so that as much as possible, because this is going to be an ongoing process, every member will as much as possible be given an opportunity to serve, so that they can be able to, of course, represent their people as expected. Madam Speaker, I want to just make quick comments on my observation on ensure that whatever makes them attractive is also provided in all the other committees, so that that business of members fighting for two committees ends. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is that we must also rationalize, and this is something we had requested in the House Business Committee, that we end up doing an audit of all members and the number of committees each member serves in, so that we can be sure that every member gets their fair share of committee membership. Because, Madam Speaker, when we do that, the little dissenting voices will also be quelled. And it's important that we operate with cohesion as a parliament. So it's important that later on we do a good audit, so that we know every member serves in how many committees. Because a member could be in too many committees and be unable to serve, or be in less than enough committees, maybe in only one, and they can be able to add value if they had more than one. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's important the House Business, the Procedure and House Committee needs to look at the number of slots that are available in committees. You know, every time, even when the Speaker pronounces themselves on these issues, they say that members should, as much as possible, be in a departmental committee and then in a select committee. And that I think all members expect that to be a bare minimum. But, Madam Speaker, the departmental committees are only 20, with 15 members each. That gives us only 300 members. This House has 349 members. So 49 members will not be in a departmental committee. It's not possible for them to be in a departmental committee. And if a member ends up in two departmental committees, that means more than 49 end up not being in a departmental committee. So maybe we need to rationalize and look at the numbers, maybe increase the membership to committees going forward, or increase the number of departmental committees, so that every member can at least fit into one departmental committee. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Member for Ruaraka, what's your intervention?
Madam Speaker, probably it could be proposed first before I make my...
Honorable members, I now wish to propose a question that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27 October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified here, as specified and outlined in today's order paper, particularly in pages 161, 162, 163, and 164. We will proceed to put I think I will let me allow him a brief.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much for allowing me to put my voice in spite of Dr. Pokose, who always wants to put questions because he has nothing to debate when it comes to the House. But Madam Speaker, you know, no, Dr. Pokose knows he's my classmate, so I am the only one who has the privilege to say certain things that others cannot say about him. But, Madam Speaker, I don't usually talk about committees, neither am I interested really in who goes to what committee and that kind of thing. But something is incensing, which I must talk about. And this is about someone who has pleaded, and perhaps he does not have a voice to speak. That is why some of us must speak for him. Member for Westlands. Would it be in order to ask the majority leader, together with minority leaders, to amend this motion in that place where Honorable Farah should have been in Rules Committee, to include member for Westlands? Is it because he's a man living with disabilities that people often just put him underfoot? Or is it because today I must say, is it because he's the brother of the Speaker that people do not think that he cannot do anything? He is a third-term member and is being put in broadcasting. Surely. And a lawyer for 35 years standing, yes, he has a lot to offer broadcasting, but surely somebody must speak for him. Madam Speaker, I beg you, he is here, the majority leader is here, and the leadership is here. Would I be in order to request these two people to agree and amend that this particular order, just to make sure that member for Westlands is taken care of? I beg. This is the only thing I wanted to say.
Majority of an intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate the issue raised by the Honorable TJ Kajwang in respect to the member for Westlands, and I want to confirm indeed the issue of the Honorable Timo Wanyonyi was raised in the House Business Committee yesterday under the chairmanship of the Speaker, and the minority whip and minority leader who are seated in that committee did confirm on behalf of the minority that they are looking into that issue. Let me also use this opportunity to confirm to the Honorable TJ. I don't know if he was here or not speaking, but my reaffirmation that the selections committee which I chair shall not be a committee that will sit once in a whole session of this House. We shall continuously sit to ensure that we strike a fair balance for everybody. But also any member of parliament, whether I am serving my first or third term, you are a member of parliament. And we have endeavored to ensure that we also strike a balance between our new, those who are very old members, and those who are not so old. Honorable Speaker, and therefore, I just want to assure the Honorable TJ and also the member for Westlands that that issue was indeed raised in the House Business Committee yesterday, and the minority leadership did commit that as soon as we are able to sit, and we shall soon be sitting because of even the provision of what we have deleted in respect to the House Procedures Committee, we should be able to look into his issues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I now proceed to put the question without any further interference. Honorable members, I put the question that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27th October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the members of their respective committees as specified in today's order paper, particularly in pages 161, 162, 163, and 164. In as many as of that, these opinions say aye. In as many as of the contrary opinions say no. The ayes have it.
Order number 11, special motion, deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
The Honorable Chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of a message from the National Executive requesting approval of deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to East African Community Regional Force, to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House this Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and further approve the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the regional forces. Madam Speaker, this is something very, very critical and very important to this House. We did meet the Ministry of Defense. On Thursday, 3rd, 2022, you conveyed a message to the House from the National Executive requesting approval of the deployment
Honorable Chairperson,
to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. That taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report of the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240, 8A of the Constitution and Section 18, subsection C, and 36, 2A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012, this House approved the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces personnel to East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. I beg to move that this House adopts the report. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 3rd November, never been a chair, learning the ropes. Honorable Speaker, on 3rd November 2022, you conveyed a message to the House from the National Executive requesting approval of deployment of Kenya Defense Forces, KDF, to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, pursuant to Standing Order 42, subsection 4, provisions of Article 248 of the Constitution, and Section 18C and Section 32, 2A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012. Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered the request by the executive requesting for the approval of the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to Democratic Republic of Congo, pursuant to the provisions of Article 248 of the Constitution, Section 18C, and 36, 2A of the Kenya Defense Force Act 2012. Honorable Speaker, Article 240 of the Constitution establishes the National Security Council, whose functions under the Constitution in relation to the matter for deployment is with the approval of Parliament and aligned, deploy national forces outside Kenya for regional or international peace support operations or other supports. The Commission takes cognizance of the fact that Kenya is a member of the United Nations, the African Union, the East African Community, and being aware that the DRC joined East African Community just this year on April 2022 and is now a fully-fledged member and partner of the East African Community. Madam Speaker, the mandate of the envisaged regional force is jointly plan and conduct operations with the armed forces of the DRC of operation to defeat the local and foreign armed groups in eastern DRC and support further in maintenance of law and order. The mandate will enable the regional force to support DRC in collaborating with humanitarian agencies to continue humanitarian relief to populations affected by activities of armed groups, including IDPs, and support the programs of disarmament, community reintegration, and stabilization of peace. Madam Speaker, the peace in DRC is of an instability in DRC. Kenya being an anchor in the African state and pivotal part in peace process must be involved in bringing stability and peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. When the Ministry of Defense appeared before us, we took time to interrogate why we really need our officers in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm sure many, Madam Speaker, even in this House will ask why we will continue to send our officers for missions and what will be the benefit of this country when we send our missions abroad. Democratic Republic of Congo is a key partner in the East African community, and as Kenyans, we have several interests in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have banks. We are continuing to open bilateral agreements that will enable some of the agreements that we have in the East African community be domesticated in the Democratic Republic of Congo. For instance, you cannot, in the current constitution, the Democratic Republic of Congo, lease land if you are not Congolese. These are some of the things that the East African community treaties and agreements will be able to open up, and we have these matters domesticated to allow even Kenyans to operate in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We already have our bank, the Equity Bank, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and its peace is as good as our peace in this country. Madam Speaker, having received the request for approval of the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces, the regional force analyzed both oral and written submissions made before the committee and appreciated the applicable legal regimes at the United Nations, the African Union, the East African Community, and the country level. The committee observed as follows. Honorable Speaker, the deployment request had complied with the relevant legal provisions in the UN Charter, the East African Community Treaty, the East African Protocol on peace and security, the East African Community Protocol and Cooperations on Defense Affairs, the Constitution of Kenya, the Kenya Defense Forces Act number 25 of 2012. Honorable Speaker, the budget provided in the request to the National Assembly is Kenya shilling 4.451 billion, caters only for the initial 6 months envisaged in the deployment. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Defense Forces and the Kenya Army are anticipating that we should be able to have, in a very short time of 6 months, under the plan that should brought stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the plan therefore, because like any other strategic move, we expect our officers to be there for only 6 months. In an event that it will spill over, and that is in case the troops stay on, the annual cost implication will be approximately 5.5 billion to 6 billion. It's, however, envisaged that international financing may be secured for the operation, and if it materializes, the Cabinet Secretary will appraise the committee accordingly. I am informed that there are talks with other international, the United Nations, and many other organizations who are willing to finance this operation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But for the short term, all the countries that are of East African communities that have sent their troops to the DRC will initially cater for their costs, and which we have estimated to be 4.4 billion in the short term, and that is in 6 months. And if it escalates and there's a spillover of our time there, it will go up to 5.5 billion to 6 billion. Honorable Speaker, the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo has peace and enforcement mandate, like the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, which are the only a peacekeeping mandate. This one, Madam Speaker, will like to emphasize that our mission, this one that we are doing now, is going to enforce, is going to do, organization is going to be stabilization, unlike the other one. Our officers are going to be lightly armed than what we had before in with MONUSCO, and the peacekeeping forces will be lightly armed, and they will use minimum force and only in exceptional cases. Possibly that is why it explains the very slim budget that has been requested by the Ministry of Defense.
the legal framework on peace, security, Article 248 of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 18C, 1, Section 36 2A, and Section 37 of the Kenya Defense Forces Act number 25 of 2012, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we took our time as our committee. We've observed concern of several members in terms of how our officers are kitted, the equipment that our officers are going to use. There was a concern from several members within the committee and outside the committee that we already have our officers in Somali, our officers who many of them have lost their lives, and yet again we are sending our officers to the Democratic Republic of Congo for the same exercise of peacekeeping mission. And I will want to say, Madam Speaker, that sometimes it's very easy to say, let us remain peaceful in our country, take care of our interests, and let our officers stay in the country. We will save cost, we will save life, and we will be perfectly okay. But that is not the case. We must secure our region. Many of you might not understand, but Kenya continues to play a huge role. Many countries within the East Africa community look at Kenya as a father figure, especially when there are issues. Kenya many times has been called upon by many countries to try and step in when we've had conflict in our region, and this one is no exception. DRC is perfectly within the East African community. DRC is part of the East African community. We will want to work with them in many other bilateral and multilateral agreements. And the only way we can do that is, first of all, by engaging and making sure that the Democratic Republic of Congo enjoys considerable stability and peace. May I, therefore, Honorable Speaker, take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the committee members for their resilience and devotion to duty, which made the consideration request to deploy the KDF to the DRC successful. May I also appreciate the offices of the Speaker and the Clerk of the Assembly for always providing guidance and direction to the committees in the discharge of their mandate. I further appreciate the Ministry of Defense for the engagements with which the committee during the consideration of the request. Finally, I commend the Secretariat for exemplary performance in providing technical and logistic support to the committee.
Speaker, I beg to move and I call upon Honorable Major Retired Bashir to second my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support and second this very important motion, which seeks to deploy the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Regional Force, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and this deployment is very, very critical. As you are well aware, the situation in DRC threatens peace, security, and stability of the Great Lakes region, the Horn of Africa, and the larger East African region. This is something that is likely to affect our peace here in Kenya, but more important, that DRC is a member of the East African community, and therefore anything happening within that region still spills over to the rest of the region and the whole of Africa. The deployment of the KDF to the regional force is aligned strategically with Kenya's national interest. It will enhance the country's ability to not only respond to threats emanating from the Gulf region, but also help to mitigate threats to Kenya's stability and thereby enhance the security of its citizens. Honorable Speaker, remember Kenya has participated and still does in a number of peacekeeping operations. They have done perfectly well, recognized in the whole world, and the same now has come back home, whereby Kenya feels that its neighbors, and one of which is the partner states, requires its assistance. Kenya is also a member of the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member, and therefore has an obligation and a mandate to ensure that the safety and security in the region. Honorable Speaker, DRC is a complex situation currently. It is home to 100 armed groups, including the famous M23 rather. And this is likely to affect the safety and security of everyone in parts of East Africa, parts of Horn of Africa. As we speak now, the conflict in DRC began way back in 1996, and so far has claimed over 6 million lives. That tells you how difficult it is to operate in that area. But what is so different about this issue? That we have participated in peacekeeping operations before, but this one is a bit different because we are going to deploy our troops to peace. There's a difference between peacekeeping and peace enforcement. And therefore, some of the equipment that our troops are going to use is not the same as what they have used before in other peacekeeping operations. And therefore, it is going to enforce peace in that part of the region. But what is our interest in this matter? The first interest is that we want peace and stability in East African community. Two, as Kenya, we also have interest to ensure that our people who live there in terms of businesses, in terms of our banks, are safeguarded and do businesses. If there is stability in DRC Congo, we will equally benefit from the economic activities that will take place if peace prevails. Our port of Mombasa will be used by DRC to ensure that its people are equally happy with the transportation of goods and services. But the most important part is that DRC is now part and parcel of East African community. They joined this year, yes, but we cannot just look at them and see them as just wasting away in terms of conflict. 1996 to this date is a long period of time, and therefore we want to ensure that as brothers, as neighbors, we partake in the issue of ensuring the stability in this area. Honorable Speaker, my chairman has alluded to the fact that the initial deployment will incur additional funding from the exchequer. Yes, that is very true. But remember, all the other countries that are supporting or sending troops to this force, including Rwanda, including Uganda, including South Sudan, including Tanzania, are all getting involved in ensuring that their resources and their funds are utilized. So it's not just Kenya that is sending their troops on their own, using their own funds, but is something collectively being done through the East African community. But what will happen after probably initial deployment of six months or 1 year? We are likely to attract funding, and therefore the exchequer pressure will likely to go down. But the most important part is that for security, it's normally expensive, it's never cheap, and therefore we need to take all the necessary precautions to ensure that our neighbor, which is a member of the East African community, is equally stable. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has done perfectly well in previous peace missions. This is, however, a bit different. As I said before, it's a peace enforcement mission. And to ensure that our troops are comfortable in terms of their own safety, as they provide security to the people of DRC, then it calls upon Kenya and the government of Kenya, for that matter, to ensure that our troops are well equipped, our troops are well taken care of. And that is why some of the additional funding, which will mostly go to issue of equipment, is very, very necessary. Honorable Speaker, this conflict, as I said, started in 1996. But with the initiative of the East African community to come together and contribute troops, then this is likely to ensure that the conflict comes to a stop. You know, in DRC, we have proxy wars. A lot of players, both ethnic, geopolitics, and everything takes place in DRC Congo. The most important good thing about this is that Kenya does not share a border with DRC. and therefore the safety and security of our troops, or the trust that the players in that conflict will have, is very high. And so Kenya is expected to play a very big leading role to ensure that the stability in DRC and to that effect in the whole of East Africa and the Horn of Africa. So with those many remarks, I want to ask this House to ensure that this motion is passed, and I therefore second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation consisting of staff from the National Assembly Service Commission of the Parliament of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises of Mr. Ikaro Laki, who is Secretary to the Commission, Ms. Lipende Alufuke, Director Planning, Research and Information Technology, Ms. Hamed Fatima Binta, Director Administration and Employee Relations, Mr. Hamed Malami, Director Procurement and General Services, Ms. Muluma Janet Jesse, Director of Public Affairs, Mr. Ikeji James, Director Zonal Offices and Legislative Aids, Mr. Odo Innocent Ayema, Director Finance and Accounts, Mr. Ribadu Ismaila, Director Promotion and Discipline, Mr. Soipita Alusawala, Director Establishment Records and Training, Ms. Bintube Waziri, Director Appeals and Legal Services, Mr. Omori James, Deputy Director Information Technology. Honorable members, the delegation is visiting the Parliament of Kenya to engage with the Secretariat of the Parliamentary Service Commission with an aim of, amongst other things, sharing knowledge, experiences with their counterparts on various subjects. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in Kenya. Thank you. Okay. Members, I now wish to propose the question. That taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 248A of the Constitution and Sections 18C and 36(2) of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012. This House approves the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces personnel to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. Will as many as of these, not yet. What is your point of order, Honorable Dr. for Endebess?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing under Standing Order 97(1)A on limitation of debate. That, Madam Speaker, we limit it to 5 minutes instead of 10, because so that we allow more members to be able to participate in this debate, considering that our Kenya Defense Forces are going to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a country within the East African community, and we need also, the time is limited for this debate. And so we want to reduce it from 10 minutes to 5 minutes and 10 minutes for the leaders. So, Madam Speaker, I think that will be fair enough for many members to make their contributions. Thank you.
Is there consensus that we can put the question? Can I now proceed to put the question? Honorable members, that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of Wednesday, 12th October 2022, this House resolves to further limit the debate on the motion under order number 11 as follows: that every member speaking shall have 5 minutes, except the leader of majority and minority parties, who shall each have 10 minutes. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Honorable Member for Nyando.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. I also recognize that Democratic Republic of Congo is a new kid on the block as so far as East African community is concerned, and we wholeheartedly welcome them into the bloc. Honorable Speaker, the violence that has been in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not a new phenomenon. It began in the year 1996 and 1997, a war that was christened the African First World War. And therefore, we are concerned as a nation each time there is chaos anywhere, because chaos in one part of the world is chaos everywhere in the world. And therefore, we support the intervention not just by Kenya, but many other countries that are getting involved into this. But in introspect, Honorable Speaker, whereas we support Kenya's timely providential intervention, our Constitution wasn't written in vain. Honorable Speaker, we understand that this House ought to make very clear the approval for any member of the Defense Force to get involved into any war with any country. But here we are called upon to sanitize what has already happened. We acknowledge that there is war in Congo, and it is not a new war. Just as I had said, it started in the year 1997, 1996, and therefore our soldiers are already holed in Democratic Republic of Congo, but now we are called upon as a House to move retroactively to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and this is something that we have to carefully look into. It should not be lost to us, Honorable Speaker, that 15 years ago, the Kenyan Defense Forces invaded Somalia in the name of...
Order. The leader of majority is on a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Ichung'wah?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really don't want to interrupt the member for Nyando, but Honorable Speaker, the member for Nyando is serving his second term and is very clear on the provisions of Article 248 of our Constitution. And he's just pretended that we are now debating this motion, Honorable Speaker, to sanitize what has already happened. And he is well aware, if he was listening to the chair, that the forces are not yet deployed. What the motion is seeking to do is to approve that deployment. And Honorable Speaker, is dangerous when the member for Nyando, who is a very seasoned member, misrepresents what is before the House to the country. Because we are live on TV, and he may not portray the House to be sanitizing anything. We are only moving a motion for approval, and he only then can either support or disapprove the motion, but he cannot say we are sanitizing what has already happened, and it has not happened until the House approves.
Yes, what's your point of order, the Honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The member for Nyando has actually made a very reckless statement that the Kenya Defense Forces invaded Somalia. I think that's on the Hansard, and it's a very serious allegation. Can the member substantiate or withdraw that statement? Because making that kind of statement is unacceptable as a country.
Order, honorable members.
I don't think the tradition has changed. We are discussing matters that concern the armed forces of this country, which is a very powerful strategic issue. Ordinarily, if my memory serves me very right, this should have been done in camera. But now that it's not being done in camera, the chair is not going to allow this House engaging in a detailed format the discussion of our armed forces. So there's a motion before you, and this motion is approve or disapprove. We do not want to go into details of matters that are essentially of security nature and national security nature, and the chair, order, honorable member, order, of a national security nature. So under the circumstances, please confine yourselves to exactly what is before the House.
Honorable Speaker, I hope that I will recover my 4 minutes that have been taken away from me. But Honorable Speaker, it is true that under a fortnight ago, our soldiers were flagged off to go to DRC by the president of this country, and together with him were the army commanders. So I think I would be remiss to believe that they are yet to go yet when they have already been flagged out and they are occupying that territory, or rather are in DRC. Honorable Speaker, 15 years ago, our country was called upon to do a similar exercise in Somalia. And before our soldiers went to Somalia, we thought that it was an exercise of walking in, walking out. 15 years down the line, we are still holed in Somalia, and we do not know the number of casualties that have been claimed in that country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as
order, honorable member, order. Honorable member and honorable members, for the benefit of all of you, there is an big, cardinal, sanctified, sacrosanct importance in respecting exactly what I told you. You cannot discuss casualties, you cannot discuss weapons, you cannot discuss deaths of our forces. Those are strategic national secrets. The issue before you is very simple. It is, do you approve or disapprove the commitment of our forces into DRC? Order. Order. You know, you might be on a valid point of order, but let me tell you one basic thing you have to learn, which is the ABC of being in Parliament. When the Speaker is on his feet, you silence and freeze. It's not me who wants it to be that way. It's the tradition of this August House. Honorable members, I will allow a few people to contribute on whether we should send them or not, without discussing things that are essentially important strategic secrets that can never be discussed. Order. And I don't want to come back here and start my being a member of the Speaker's panel by sending some of you out of the House. But if it's going to require, I'm going to send you out of the House. So order, honorable members. Can we have one or two? Can you finish? And stick to exactly what I've said.
All right, Honorable Speaker. I don't know why the incessant disruptions when I think I'm very logical in my presentation, Honorable Speaker. But because you have said we should not aspect of this exercise, Honorable Speaker, and that relates to cost. Honorable Speaker, on a daily basis, you look at our TVs, you see nothing but desperation. You see drought ravaging across this country. You see people dying. You see livestock dying, Honorable Speaker, and we are losing so much. And our country, I think, has already made an appeal to several countries to help us cushion the suffering Kenyans against the calamities, Honorable Speaker. But again, on the flip side, we have some money to take our soldiers somewhere in a war that this country has absolutely no role to play, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, you know, let's be prudent in our management of the little finances that we have. In fact, the deputy president of this country said that they only received, or rather found, 93 million shillings. Out of 93 million shillings, we have already sent soldiers abroad to go and fight in wars that we have absolutely no role over, Honorable Speaker. We also understand, Honorable Speaker, that America, which is a superpower, has since sent soldiers in Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and many other countries, Honorable Speaker, and that has never solved the problems beneath the discord in these countries, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we have to be very careful as a country, even as we want to put our soldiers in the harm's way. And I finish by saying I oppose a war that Kenya has no role at all. We just heard about insecurity in Awendo, in Nairobi, with border riders and many other places. Honorable, this is an unjustified intervention in a country.
Order, honorable members. Honorable, order. Yeah, Honorable Memuse, I was going to give you an opportunity to contribute, or you still insist on a point of order? Yeah, proceed. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Memuse?
I'm on a point of order. Honorable Speaker,
yes.
My point of order is just a request.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. And Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request that you give a few of us to guide the House.
Order. I have taken note of that, and
yes.
You have the floor. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, you see, the honorable member who's just contributed has raised issues that would rather have been guided by a member of that committee. But let me say this, Honorable Speaker, that the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Honorable Dwale, appeared before the committee. And we had certain issues as a committee, some of which the Honorable Member for Nyando has raised. One of the issues that we had, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, was whether the deployment had been done, yes or no. And I want to confirm to this House that deployment of our soldiers has not been done. That is awaiting approval of this House. That is important to note. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that we were concerned about is whether the deployment of our soldiers was going to follow our constitutional requirement, which is stated out in Article 240, subsection B of the Constitution, that before deployment of our soldiers, the executive must seek approval of this House. And we were satisfied by the presentation of the Cabinet Secretary that having not sent our defense forces out, they've come back to this House to seek approval. So as members debate, you need to know that our forces have not been deployed. They are still here. They are waiting for the approval of this House. Honorable Speaker, other issues that we raise is, do we have an exit strategy as we go into Congo? Because we raised the issue of our defense forces going to Somalia, yeah? And we probably would have, we felt as a committee that we went to Somalia without an exit plan. And that is why 15 years down the lane, we are still in Somalia. And the team that presented itself before the committee gave us an elaborate strategy of our exit. We even have a timeline of going to Congo and getting out. And we have a plan B of what if that plan doesn't work. So in terms of an exit strategy, we have a strategy. Honorable Speaker, one of the other concerns that we had as a committee was the finances. Did we have the money to finance our troops to go into Congo? And before we answer that question, Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to know that Congo is a strategic trading partner for Kenya. So before we say we have the money or we don't, we need to have it in our minds that it is a strategic partner. Most of our financial institutions are in Congo, and they're the leading institutions in Congo. And the issue of money, yes, we have the money because we are not going into it alone. When the chair of defense was moving this report, he clearly stated that we have partners who are going to also finance this. So yes, as a country, we are facing a financial crisis. We are aware. I come from a community, a pastoral community, that our livelihoods have been wiped out. The government is trying what it can, appealing for food for our people, giving food, trying to buy animals. So I don't think that we are doing this alone. And just winding up, Honorable Speaker, Congo is one of the richest countries in the world, not just in Africa, in the world, in terms of its mineral resources. Honorable Speaker, Congo being a new entrant to East African community, it is of strategic importance that Kenya plays a role in stabilizing this country. With all those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this report. Thank you.
MP for Kwanza, Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable. What's your point of order? You're on a point of order. Okay, proceed with your point of order.
And knowing how important the issue is, I want to call upon this House to bear with us and agree on point of order 95 that you ask this House to say yes or no. Those are I want to find out, because he has given out all the facts for the whole thing.
Order. That's not a point of order. Order. Honorable Wanyonyi, order. Honorable members, even, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, the fact that I am very categorical on the discussion of matters of national interest and national security, you could discuss all those ones, but you demand to have that session in camera. When the media is taken out, everybody else is taken out, it's only members of parliament. And the handset is switched off. You understand my point? So in future, if you want to discuss things that are very important regarding our armed forces, our intelligence services, whatever it is, you can demand to have that discussion in camera. So the MP for Kitutu Masaba. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the presentation by the various members, and I've listened to your statement, especially the last statement, in view of the fact that we are unable to debate the merit of the deployment, in view that we are unable to debate the exit strategy. Is the debate, I'm of the opinion, the debate is in vain. That's why I support the Honorable MP for Kwanza that we invoke a standing order 95 and call the mover to move in respect of the sensitive nature of the matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, it is in vain, it's useless. Yeah? Yeah.
Order. That standing order itself is when the debate is by and large exhausted, and in which you then ask the mover to reply. But I have given the floor to the Member of Parliament for Kitutu Masaba. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand as a Member of Parliament who's actually lived in the Congo for the last 14 years. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm not understanding when some members are talking about exit strategy. Our armed forces are not going to war. They are going as peacekeeping mission. An exit strategy
is whereby we are going to war. This is different. We are just going to assist a friendly nation attain peace. Mr. Speaker, I think the questions we should be asking is where our forces going to be stationed, because Congo is a vast nation. The war in Congo is mainly centered in the Kivu region, the Ituri-Beni belt. What is our interest around that area? Because when we say we have investment in the banking sector, Kenya is there in the banking through Equity Bank, and very soon KCB. Equity Bank took over BCDC, a bank mainly within the major towns, that is Goma, Lubumbashi, Kinshasa, and Kisangani. There is no war in those areas, so we need to say that our peacekeeping mission is mainly going to assist a friendly nation attain stability, but not really to protect our business interests, because our business interests are not at risk. But as a friendly nation, we also have to draw rules on what our forces will be there to do, so that we do not sow a relationship of an already good relationship. We should not mess up the relationship. We have very many Kenyans living in the Congo. I have been there for the last 14 years. It's generally a very friendly nation to Kenya. So sending our peacekeeping forces there is not a bad thing, but we need to have the rules. Exactly what will be our mandate, our forces, what will be the limitation, what will they be there to do, and are we sure that after the 6 months we'll lead our forces back? Because the country has been having instability within that region for so many years. Are we saying that within 6 months the Kenyan forces will have done some magic and sorted out the problem? The answer is no. So let us present facts and say we are going there for the unforeseeable future, as long as Kenya, we have interests, of protecting and assisting a friendly nation achieve a peaceful and a cohesive country called Democratic Republic of Congo. I listened to the move of the motion, the chair. You can lease land in Congo. It's not correct to say you cannot. As a Kenyan, we can go to Congo, invest in Congo. But let us not mess that up by sending soldiers without clear guidelines on what they are supposed to do. Because the moment that happens, then we'll have a country that is saying we are interfering in the internal matters. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support that we send our forces there, so I support the motion, but clearly let this House or the Committee in Defense set the guidelines for our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ordinarily, when a member rises on his own place and invokes Standing Order number 95, the chair, under those circumstances, has to put in the question. Is the House to decide whether they want to ventilate more or whether they want to bring this motion or to an end? So, honorable members, order. The motion before us is for the mover to be called to reply. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I reply, I would like to donate 3 of my minutes to our Majority Leader, Kimani Ichung'wah.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Majority Leader, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to respond to a few issues that have been raised and take great exception to some of the things, and thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the guidance you gave because the honorable member for Nyando, the Honorable Jared Okello, was really getting out of line in terms of the issues he was raising. And it's good to mention the things he was mentioning, Honorable Speaker, but in a closed-door meeting, as you have guided. And there are also things, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Jared Okello should understand are things to say in funerals somewhere in Nyando, not on the floor of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issues raised by the Honorable Clive, the member for Kitutu Masaba.
Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyando, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, this flippant and disdainful characterization of one Nyando MP is unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, you did give a very clear indication that in areas where we touch on casualties, we should request to put everything on camera. That therefore means that whatever was saying was not trivial, but it bordered on security. And therefore, I cannot be victimized for only presenting myself very ably so, and you were in sync with my deliberations, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this guy, this member of Parliament, the majority leader, must withdraw forthwith and stop characterization and victimization. And this is just but vengeance in a government that he supports, that I do not support.
Order, MP for Nyando, order. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There's even nothing to respond to from what the Honorable Jared Okello is saying. I think more important issues were raised by the member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Clive, who incidentally has lived in Congo, as he has said, in DRC, and is therefore appraised of issues that pertains to the situation in DRC. And it is indeed true that there are Kenyan investments in the Congo. Equity Bank has invested there. Many Kenyans, including the honorable member, I think, is also an investor in the Congo. And it is true, there are certain regions within DRC that are very secure and that do not need a peacekeeping mission. However, if there is no intervention in the areas that are peaceful today, the militia groups that are operating in the Congo may overrun the DRC forces and even endanger those strategic investments that investors in this country, including the member for Kitutu Masaba, have made in the DRC. He has also asked, what is the particular mandate of this force, Honorable Speaker? And I just want to tell him it is a peacekeeping initiative. It is a peace initiative that has a two-track approach, which comprises of a political and military processes. And the military process or the military forces are just there to create an environment that is conducive to facilitate a political process to pacify the entire country, so that even those of us who have invested there from this country, our investments are secure. The force is mandated to jointly plan and conduct operations together with the DRC forces, the Armed Forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo, FARDC, in the joint areas of operation. So they will not go to the areas that are secure, that are peaceful areas where there are no issues. It is only in those areas that militia forces and armed groups are operating in. Two, they will support FARDC to concretize and maintain law and order so that, again, your investments are secure. They will also support DRC in collaboration with humanitarian agencies, and you are aware that a lot of humanitarian agencies working in DRC are at times unable even to move humanitarian aid to people who have been displaced, IDPs who have been displaced because of the activities of the armed groups. Four, they will support the disarmament, demobilization, community recovery, and the stabilization program. Therefore, I just want to persuade, especially the member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Clive, who is an alumni of the school, he actually looks convinced, Honorable Speaker, that it is in the interest of not just DRC, not just Kenya, but our region. And we must also pride ourselves as a country that we are the big brother in this region. And therefore, we have a responsibility to ensure that we pacify our region and our region is peaceful. Kenyans are very hardworking people, as the Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba has said. Kenyans are living and working in the Congo. We must ensure that the entire region is safe and secure for Kenyans to be able to transact business. Honorable Speaker, lastly, the African Free Trade Area, 6, and the DRC has recently joined the EAC community, the East African community. the African Free Trade Area also seeks to remove or have a region in Africa, an African Free Trade Area that is free of boundaries or borders, and we can trade across the region. And we want to trade in an area or a region that is pacified, that is peaceful, and where people can operate and work and even live across our region without any hindrance by armed groups. Therefore, I really want to urge the House to adopt or rather approve this motion. We allow our forces to be deployed, and we want to wish our forces all the best as they are deployed to the Congo. We want them to ask them and plead with them to carry themselves out with the respect and honor and dignity that they have carried out themselves in all other peacekeeping missions. As we thank our forces also, and we must note the thanks of the House and indeed Kenyans for our young men and women who have given their lives not only to protecting our own lives and our property in this country, but also in the region. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, all the members who've contributed to this debate. I really want to beg that many of you have several concerns, believe in our collective wisdom as a committee. We interrogated as much as we could, all the questions that you're asking, and I really want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for guiding the House appropriately on such matters of national security, that, honorable members, we did our best in engaging with the Ministry of Defense. It is important, like has been alluded by many members, that our officers go out there. We have every reason to gain than to lose in our officers being out there. Our economic potential in the region has been muted by continued violence in Congo. I'm happy with what Honorable Member Clive Kitutu Masaba has actually lived in the Congo, and you've provided such useful insight to the House on why it is important for our team and our security to continue engaging with the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and for stability there. Just before I conclude, so that many of you might not be aware, recently we've signed several bilateral agreements with the Democratic Republic of Congo, one being handling their cargo on the port of Mombasa. That is such a huge, huge potential for our business people. We have our banks flourishing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We want as many people from this country as possible to be in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Like Majority Leader did mention, we are a big brother in the region. When you talk about peace in the Western Africa countries, your eye will easily pick on Nigeria. When you talk about peace in the South African region, your eye will definitely pick on South Africa. When you talk about peace in the East African region, Kenya is definitely such a big brother in the region. We will continue, and as I conclude, I want to wish our officers who are being sent to the Democratic Republic of Congo all the best as they go to Congo. We wish them God's grace. It is no mean feat. These are people who are leaving their families behind to go and give peace to other people as the rest of us are enjoying peace in this country. We wish our officers all the best as they engage in that mission. And I would like to request the House to consider this motion and approve for our officers to go and engage in this noble initiative in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I don't know, you had very short people being the speakers here. What happened? I don't know. This is, I have to keep on bending. I now put the question that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240, Subarticle 8A of the Constitution and Sections 18C and 32(2)A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012, this House approves the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces personnel to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. As men of opinion say aye. Aye. As men of contrary opinion say no, nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 12, motion, development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises, resumption of debate.
Okay. Would I be the same one? Order. The Honorable Joanna Ngeno is not. Proceed. Proceed, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and especially coming out of a debate which was kind of hotly contested. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that my intention on this report on SMEs I was not actually ready to do the debate on this one. But Mr. Speaker, I would wish to just allow other members to debate on that one. Thank
Proceed.
You,
is the MP for Mandera East, Honorable Waitan? Do you wish to contribute on this debate?
The motion I wanted, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The motion I was very much interested in was the deployment of Kenyan forces to Democratic Republic of Congo, but this one, no. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bureti, is he in the House? The list is here. The Honorable Member for Tharaka Nithi. Bureti is here. Where is Bureti? Proceed.
I had spoken on the motion in the morning, so we are actually waiting for the debate on the deployment of the forces.
So who are the ones who want to contribute on this motion? The chairman of JAILAC, what is your constituency? Tharaka.
You pronounce it Tharaka Nithi, it's Tharaka.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. I know I don't have a card. Mr. Speaker, I'm also apologize to the chair of JAILAC for interrupting him when he wants to speak on a very important issue on SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to alert the House that I'm around. I've not spoken in this House since we came back. They need to know that I'm around. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that's not a point of order, but your sentiments are well taken. Proceed, Honorable Member for Tharaka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before the House, which makes a proposition
that we should now have a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises with a view to promoting the informal sector of the economy, may it be in agriculture, trade, manufacturing, or apparels, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is common and well known in the country that those who engage in small businesses are popularly known as hawkers, small business people, to whom nobody pays attention. And those who try to move a little bit up, they join the small enterprise, the small and micro enterprises category, SMEs, and again here, there isn't much attention that is paid to these people because most importantly, we think of big manufacturing companies, big companies that are able to do big business in the country, forgetting that actually most of the population down on the pyramid is in small and micro businesses. This is what we've been referring to as the bottom. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to recognize that unless we are able to change the paradigm, we should be able to talk about the small entrepreneurs coming up, being recognized, and a policy mooted and executed by the government put in place, whereby those small entrepreneurs will also have recognition in our government as regards what they do. It is quite often stated that the Juakali sector forms about 80% of our economic activity in the country. And 80% is not a small percentage when it comes to the number of people in the country that are employed in that sector. This is why, in as much as for a long time, we talked about improving the Juakali sector to ensure that those who work in that Juakali, those who work in the shades, those who work in the hot sun are actually recognized and are aided by the government through a properly defined and executed government policy so that their businesses can grow. It is important to note that in the informal sector, the small businesses and the micro businesses, most of them do not qualify for any funding, any financing, simply because they are considered to be amorphous. They are considered to be undefined. They are considered to be informal. And therefore, no bank would want to actually risk its money with such a sector. But if we came up with a proper policy that will now unify under various categories, and those categories we are proposing are not limited to what we've stated here, agriculture, trade, manufacturing, IT, whichever. It is all categories that are supposed to be recognized, whether by law or by regulations of the country, so that in the future, these people are able to move as a defined group of entrepreneurs and seek money from banks, from other financiers, and they are able to improve their own economic growth. It's important also to note the government's agenda on the bottom up, that we want the bottom to come up. It replaces the middle, and that's why we are saying the middle out, and we are also able to reach the top. The bottom-up policy is that we must move to the small persons who are on the ground, who are at the bottom of the pyramid. We are able to fund them, whether through the Hustler Fund, through the Women Enterprise Fund, through the youth, whichever it is, we are able to fund
What's
them.
your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you. I rise on a point of order. Honorable Speaker, in a few, I saw members recognize the presence of the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba South, having indicated that she's around the House. But it's just of interest to me, Honorable Speaker, whether it is in order that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo comes to the House in a nice fitting pair of jeans. I don't know if that is part of the code of dressing. She's in a very nice fitting jeans, and she seems to be like she's from the airport. Is it in order that she comes dressed that way, Honorable Speaker? I seek your indulgence on this matter. Thank you.
I don't know.
You have not seen. Mr. Speaker, I think you haven't seen that.
Times have changed.
Yes.
I know that would have been a problem in the 10th Parliament, but I don't know if it's a problem now. I see women in trousers all the time here. Order.
Thank you.
I think until such a time that the dress code itself is revisited by by the House, we will allow people to maintain the way they're dressed now. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dress has to be decent, and I have seen Honorable Millie Odhiambo. She's actually very well dressed and decent, and she's able to participate. And the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, as no, the bottom is not visible now. We are seeing her from the top, and you see we're talking about bottom up now. So,
order, honorable members.
All right. Therefore, as I continue, Honorable Dr. Lillian, you have now interrupted my very good thoughts and lining floor, because what you are saying about this is this, that the current government is actually emphasizing on the bottom-up economic approach. And the Americans too are talking about this approach. Therefore, it is not a myth. It is not shrouded in mystery. It is actually doable, and the only way it can be done is if the same government comes up with a policy that is actually unified for all sectors, such that we pay more attention to the bottom, as we do not also disregard the top, because we have to collect our taxes, we have to ensure we have investment, but also those at the bottom, it is the high time they came up. We are thinking of various legislation, and this House must support that legislation, because without a proper legislative policy, we cannot have any other, whether economic, social, or whatever policy that is going to work. The benchmark of any policy is going to be proper legislation. And therefore, it is vitally important that as we support this motion by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi, we also think of our role as a House. When the government unifies this system, what will the legislature do as regards that particular policy? Therefore, we shall be called upon to actually develop the legislation, pass it, and have it executed. In the meantime, and as we consider that, then let's ask the government to now detail for recognition which sectors are going to be recognized, what funding is going to be available, and what sort of mentoring is necessary, so that at the end of the day, all the small enterprises and all the small and micro enterprises are actually well policed, and they are included in this unified policy which we are talking about. So with those remarks, I beg to support this particular motion.
The MP for Funyula, and then followed by the MP for Saudi Menti. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this motion presented before this House by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, it is on record, and various government publications and international publications note without any doubt that SME sector, the informal sector, is the main employer both in the rural areas and in the urban areas. The so-called Juakali sector that has been festering, that has been with us for many years, spanning all the way from Moi's regime up to date, without any form of reorganization, improvement, and innovation, has stuck with us, and many of us now believe the so-called reference Juakali sector is generally the cause of under-innovation in development and continued urban poverty. Honorable Speaker, in many cases, we have very sounding policies. To say the truth, to say there is no unified policy is probably to miss the mark. There are plethora of policies, regulations, and rules governing the Juakali sector. The problem has been none of the successful governments, and I doubt if this one is any different, have wanted to leverage on the informal sector so that they take it to from the level of informality to a level of formality. Honorable Speaker, we talk about Vision 2030 that was supposed to industrialize this country by the year 2030. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, in each year budget, we never invest any resources, we never invest any budget towards improving or innovating the way the Juakali sector undertake their works or they improve their things. Honorable Speaker, earlier in the morning, we debated a motion presented to the floor of this House by the Honorable Kiarie concerning the improvement and support of the artisans. And probably this particular motion should have been tied together. We're not going to go anywhere if we still talk of informality. We are not going to improve this country if we talk about the informal sector. We must get out of this notion of informal sector. The continued mention of informal sector, the Juakali sector, they actually retards or holds back the participants in this market because they believe there are lesser inventors, there are lesser good, there are lesser people in this country. And therefore, they always believe they're supposed to be protected, they always believe they're supposed to be untouched, they always believe they're not subjected to any quality assurance and any quality development. If I were where I sit, I would actually now start talking about, look for another terminology. How do we deal with the small innovation or innovative sector? Drop the mention to Juakali, drop the mention to small, medium, US small enterprise, and again, we're going to perpetuate this mentality of smallness, Honorable Speaker. We are going to perpetuate this mentality of informality, Honorable Speaker. We are going to perpetuate this mentality of not making any reference to improve the quality. That's why, Honorable Speaker, our goods and our products, however basic they are unable to compete with the imports, simply because we have enslaved our mind with informality. We have enslaved our mind with the Juakali mentality, so that anything we do without caring to improve upon it, without caring to ensure it meets national and international standards, we let them go through with these guys that we are protecting the Juakali sector. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, this continued talk of bottoms up, this continued talk of hustler mentality is not going to liberate the mind of the downtrodden. It's not going to liberate the mind of the so-called the bottom of the pyramid, because they are now being made victims. They are actually being looked as if people they're forgotten. They are not being motivated to move away from the bottom of the pyramid. Honorable Speaker, I came from the university before I came to Parliament. When a student is at the bottom of the score sheet, what do? You don't start sympathizing with that student. You invest in that student, be it extracurriculum or remedial units, or you take the student on a mentorship program. You do not keep on sympathizing with that student and pumping free balls on that student so that he remains there, becomes an election or a political tool. Honorable Speaker, as much as we support this motion, but this motion needs to be drafted to a point that to such a way that we start getting the informality out of the informal sector, we move them to the formal sector so that whatever they innovate can be imported or exported to US. Whatever they innovate can be imported to Uganda. Whatever they innovate can be imported elsewhere, not just be consumed by the local community that only understands. Honorable Speaker, that's why you find many of the local products. I know the State Department of Industry or the State Department of Trade has got this one county product program. If by its own design, Honorable Speaker, you are confining a product to be produced, marketed, and consumed in that particular sector or the particular geographical area. That's why, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the new government, the Kenya Kwanza government, whatever it calls itself, but it is a government of Kenya, to literally liberate the people of Kenya from the informality. Let the people of Kenya generally move to the next level. We have adequate funding. There is UEFA fund. The national body in charge of research and funding is available to provide research, to deepen funding, to provide funding to deepen research so that we can produce goods and services that meet international standards. The way it is drafted, Honorable Speaker, is going to be a talk shop. The new government will settle in, play with the minds of the people, sympathize with them, work on emotions, and leave them there. President Uhuru Kenyatta found the informal sector, left it the way it is. President Mwai Kibaki found the informal sector, left the way it is. None of the wheelbarrow produced in this country has ever been exported to US or China. So for how many years are we going to be talking about a sector that has refused to grow? Because the policies that are being perpetuated are not development-oriented policies, but are policies meant to subjugate them to where they are so they become a political tool. Honorable Speaker, as much as we talk about this, we need to call upon KEBS, we need to call upon other quality assurances to make sure that they refuse to give a stamp of quality to these substandard goods and services that are unable to be sold beyond the boundaries of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have reached a point now, this country has got very well-educated people who can innovate and think. All that we need investment in this sector. The Kenya numerical machine, Honorable Speaker, cannot be referred as juakali. The equipment they have are as good as any other industry. Why can these people who are involved in basic innovation go to Kenya numerical machine, take their products there, take their designs there, that are manufactured, get a seal of approval so that they can be marketed outside this country? Honorable Speaker, we have some of the best IT gurus in this country. That's why they keep on hacking phones. That's why they keep on hacking banks to steal money. That's why they keep on hacking the EIBC server, Kamagas and the rest and the accomplices here to see the votes that were supposed to go to Honorable Raila Odinga. Why can they get to beyond this point? Instead of using to do something that is wrong, why can they use that skill to improve on the processes so that we are able to move to the next level? Honorable Speaker, yes, I support the motion, but we need to urge the government to get out of informality, bring these people into formal sector so that they understand what it means to produce competitive goods and services. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Thank you.
The MP for South Imenti, and for the benefit of the honorable members, the MP for South Imenti is making his maiden speech and cannot be interrupted. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Honorable Dr. Chandra Kamwiti, MP for South Imenti. First, I'll start by congratulating in absentia the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and also to congratulate my fellow honorable members for having made it to this great house. The Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of South Imenti, and I promise that I will serve them with all my energy and make sure that I'm going to fulfill what I promised. Mr. Speaker, sir, South Imenti is a constituency that has been previously represented by honorable members, just like Honorable Kabereto Bijewe, who was our Minister for Health. He did a lot for Southern Menti, both in promoting agriculture and also healthcare. Mr. Speaker, sir, Southern Menti was also previously represented by the former Minister for Constitutional Affairs, former Senator, and also a former Governor of Southern Menti, Honorable Kiraito Mulungi, who did a lot for Southern Menti. Southern Menti also has been previously been represented by our current Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kaduri Mulungi, who I have taken over to represent Southern Menti. Mr. Speaker, sir, I promise people of Southern Menti, I'm going to do my best and serve them, anchoring on the foundation laid by the previous members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will serve the people of Southern Menti, and I promise that in my work plan, I promise to do something or to improve agriculture, which is the main activity in Southern Menti. Mr. Speaker, sir, livestock rearing is a great activity in Southern Menti, whereby there is high production of milk. Mr. Speaker, sir, education is a key factor that we are promoting with the people of Southern Menti. And also, I'm going to address the universal health care and marketing of their produce. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, sir, Southern Menti is an agricultural country, that it has a lot of produce, both bananas, horticulture, which require a lot of marketing out of the country and also within the region. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I indicated to Southern Menti people that I'm going to do my best in promoting the youth and the women empowerment, it still remains a key agenda in my work plan. I promise the Southern Menti people that my promises are going to be fulfilled. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the motion in the House, that's the development of unified national policy on small and micro enterprises. This is a motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is in this House, and it is the right time because this is what Kenya is looking at. The SMEs, Mr. Speaker, sir, faces several challenges, such as accessibility to market, both locally and internationally. And when these challenges are moved, the sector is going to grow. Mr. Speaker, sir, the SMEs require financing because they are not accessible to the loans. They also require quality standards and ISO certification, inability to access cross-border trade, that's on the limitations of the trade between Kenya and our neighboring countries. The limited industrial knowledge base is a key factor that has limited the growth on SMEs. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to do the best to unify the national policy on SMEs, mainly by, Mr. Speaker, sir, by upgrading the current markets both locally and internationally. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should also expose the sector of trade, both nationally and on trade fairs. We won't forget, Mr. Speaker, sir, on funding, and especially the Asura Fund, that is highly expected, that is going to improve this particular sector. By training, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are going to do something on packaging and also, Mr. Speaker, branding of the equipment. The expected outcome when on implementation, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are going to have both diversification of various products, new markets, Mr. Speaker, sir, efficiency after application for the new technology, and Mr. Speaker, sir, the training and the monitoring, especially after the COVID outbreak. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have, or the House, as a collective responsibility to steer the legislative affairs of this honorable House in funding, restructuring, and Mr. Speaker, sir, marketing of SMEs products. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this motion brought by Honorable Arachi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The MP for Mosob, Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to contribute to this motion of SMEs. I am in support of this motion, Honorable Speaker, for two reasons. One, we are facing a nation which is going through a lot of unemployment. A lot of our young people and many other people also are facing no jobs. And so empowering this issue of SMEs is going to change this country. And I'm so grateful for the president who just came up with this issue of bottom-up. The bottom-up people are this one, who are actually in these areas of small and medium enterprises all over the world. The people who actually support economies are people who are in this SME area. Because you go to Chuakali's area, you go to small and medium enterprises, these are people who actually pay taxes in first and second world countries. So I would like to see in Kenya that the small and medium enterprise organization are empowered, given funding. And I'm looking forward even to the issue of the president giving them the 50 billion, which I don't know where we're going to get, but I hope the country will be able to afford to come up with this money so that they will have the capital to support themselves, to support their families, and pay taxes. The only way this country will really afford to actually pay its debts and continue to pay its obligation is to increase the tax base. But you cannot be able to increase the tax base if you don't empower the small and the medium enterprises. So I'm in support of this motion, and I look forward to a few years from now, we'll be able to talk in this House and say we were able to actually empower, we were able to pass some legislation that actually made a difference. In many, many other places, especially in Kenya, these small enterprises have been neglected in many ways. They are not funded, the banks are not giving them enough loans, and even if they are given the loan, the interest rate is so high that the enterprises are not able to make enough profits to be able to support themselves and pay the loan. But if the government comes with this fund, which the interest rate will be subsidized and will be low, then it will give these small enterprises an opportunity to make profit, an opportunity to support themselves, an opportunity to pay taxes, and the country to make enough money to pay its obligation. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion that we fund and support the small and medium enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Dr. Lilian Gogo.
Thank you once again, Most Honorable Speaker. I'm rising, Honorable Speaker, to interrogate if we honestly have enough quorum to transact the business of the House. Thank you.
Clerks at the desks, can you check the quorum? Order, honorable members. We don't seem to have a quorum. This matter has been raised. The chair sees nothing and hears nothing until it's raised. It is brought to his own attention. So ring the bell, ring the quorum bell. Proceed. We now have quorum. Proceed. Who was on the floor? Okay, the MP for Ugenya, David Ocheng.
Thank you so much.
Followed by the MP for Buri.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for rewarding me for the whipping. On a very unfortunate point of order. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Biti Zelachi that, Mr. Speaker, we must do justice to the sector that feeds almost 3/4 of this country, the sector that supports more than 3/4 of this country, Mr. Speaker, all our businesses. And like someone said this morning, Mr. Speaker, where there's anybody working on anything in this country, there's always support, there's always employment being created. And therefore, it's very important that we have a proper legal framework, a proper policy framework that will help the SMEs thrive, grow, and become sustainable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even as I support this motion, Speaker, I would request the Honorable Elachi to listen to me on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the section of paper number 10 of 1965 talks about SMEs and the policy framework. Mr. Speaker, after 1965, there's this section of paper number 10, number 1 of 1986, section of paper number 2 of 1992, and another paper, section of paper again, Mr. Speaker, of number 2 of 05, followed, Mr. Speaker, by a law that was passed in this House in 2012, Mr. Speaker. So we've had a plethora of policies, laws, frameworks on how to deal with this, Mr. Speaker. And so what I believe, Mr. Speaker, this House will be deciding on is how to ensure that we implement. Mr. Speaker, as late as 2020, Mr. Speaker, this House received a cabinet-approved policy paper, number 5 of 2020, again on SMEs, Mr. Speaker. And so the biggest issue, the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is implementing and effecting what we've been proposing should be done for SMEs, Mr. Speaker. Instead of giving the Chinese tax breaks, instead of giving, in my opinion, Kenya Airways, there's so many steroids we've been pumping into it in terms of, bailout, Mr. Speaker. Instead of putting money in mega projects, Mr. Speaker, I believe that investing in SMEs, giving them tax incentives, Mr. Speaker, clearing their path, Mr. Speaker, putting a framework for incubating their ideas, ensuring that they are able to learn to walk and run, Mr. Speaker, should be the next frontier. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this motion, and I'm going to persuade Honorable Elachi to allow us to amend her motion to call for proper, adequate, and effective implementation of the so many policy papers that have been prepared, Mr. Speaker, so that the people in those sectors, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, this is a cross-cutting sector. It starts from those who, Mr. Speaker, manufacture wool for cleaning utensils, through those who do very good beds, Mr. Speaker, through the highest end of it, guys who do furniture, Mr. Speaker, through guys who do cleaning, Mr. Speaker. We've got so many, we heard this morning, we've got so many Kenyans who are so entrepreneurial, and they just want a little boost, and they would move, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the focus of this government, whether through the Hustler Fund or through the established funds, Mr. Speaker, should be in ensuring that our SMEs are self-sustaining, our SMEs are getting business, our SMEs are not be thumped with so many regulations, Mr. Speaker. Today, a person who has an idea, wants to start a business, for example, of cleaning this house we are sitting in, they'll be required, first of all, to register a company. After that, get a license. After that, get a cleaning license. After that, they have to go to so many other places to get sanitation license, get NEMA license, get so many licenses that, Mr. Speaker, the growth of SMEs is hindered singularly by the so many regulations that we put in front of them, so many hurdles that we put on their way that they can't move. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if government can help SMEs through credit guarantees, in our CDF, Mr. Speaker, we normally give work to young people through AGPO, through YAGPO, Mr. Speaker. And you find that the work given to these young people most of the time will take very long to do because they can access credit. They can get money. And so I would imagine that the best would be, how do we ensure, for example, that people who get CDF jobs can get, for example, prompt payments or advance payments to enable them, because the way we've structured our procurement laws, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even where we want to support small businesses, we can't. We should be able to say that if someone gets, an SME gets a job in the Ministry of Housing today, it should be able to get advance payments, or they can do the job, then get paid. But if you are swimming with the sharks, you are a young man trying, a young lady trying to get their hand in business, you get a tender through YAGPO, but you can't get money to implement it, then it's almost useless to talk about us wanting to grow SMEs. Mr. Speaker, research and development play and will continue playing a very important role in the growth of SMEs. But Mr. Speaker, if you hear where we're investing now, and the Minister for Education is my very close friend, I don't know whether it was a misspeak, I don't know what it was, but we must continue investing in research at the university level, at the college level, and at the KIRDI level, Mr. Speaker, to enable our SMEs get new technology, update what exists, so that they're able to do business in a manner that is cheap, timely, so that they can make money in those things. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, for example, or last week, 1 week alone, I've been watching TV, and people in Nyandarua are saying that as people die in Pokot of hunger, there are SMEs, that people that have leased land, they have potatoes, they have tomatoes, they cannot access the markets. So, Speaker, infrastructure that will enable these SMEs to operate. If they are doing farming, they should be able to have roads. They should be able to have transport for their goods and services that they want to offer. Now, Mr. Speaker, investing in infrastructure is going to be very key to enable the SMEs work, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, market exposure. I always wonder that even in this parliament where we sit, if you go to these offices, we are now being given new offices, Mr. Speaker, and there are so many offices we're being given. The furniture is imported. Just imagine how much it is. Just imagine how much it is. If you are to decide that the furniture in our new offices are going to be taken from our SMEs, how much would it be? You must expose our SMEs to markets available. We can't hope that they'll sell their furniture to Congo. We can't hope that they'll sell their wares to Uganda when we as Kenyans are not buying them. I've seen, if you go to even our constituency offices, the ones that we have down in the villages, Mr. Speaker, we go to, like in Nyanza, we go to Muindi shops to buy furniture. Those good ones. Yet down the road you can get a workshop. Mr. Speaker, in every constituency now, we have the so-called ICDCs, the Constituency Industrial Development Centers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in some of these CIDCs, they have very good equipment for fabrication. They have very good equipment for manipulation of, metal, wood, and all this. But we don't go to them as our first port of call. So if we don't have a policy implementation framework that requires that we buy things at the local level, Mr. Speaker, we'll have a lot of capital flight because we don't want to use our own. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at what happens in the counties today. And the counties buy a lot. The counties do a lot. But you go to makwiny, you go to Siaya, and you check who has been given the roads to be done by the county government. They are not the young people in the village. They are not the SMEs there. They're expatriates. Nairobi people going down to the villages to pick tenders. They do come back to Nairobi. Mbani is invested in Nairobi. How can we ensure that our SME framework requires that a certain percentage of those jobs, if it is building roads, if it's building dispensaries, if it's supplying drugs or medicines for that matter, is left for the SMEs down there, Mr. Speaker? If we are not deliberate in the way we're going to do this, Mr. Speaker, I always have a problem. And the example I've given here now, this is the 10th year I'll be giving it, Mr. Speaker, about, for example, the way we ran the SGR construction. Mr. Speaker,
In that construction, we imported bolts and nuts worth more than 3 billion Kenya shillings. Bolts and nuts. Things that our numerical machining company in this country would make and would create jobs here. Mr. Speaker, we were importing rolling stock. We imported cement. Mr. Speaker, even today as we speak, we have government building constructions that are being done.
Very well, give him 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an issue that I'm very passionate about. That if you want to be Singapore, if you want to be Malaysia, if you want to be South Korea, it will not be those big companies. It will not be those Chinese or Taiwan companies that will grow us. It will be the SMEs in this country, by us consciously building them, by us consciously investing in them, by giving them resources, Mr. Speaker, that will grow. Hoping that going to China or Singapore or Malaysia will help us grow, Mr. Speaker, we'll keep on putting the cart before the horse. Will be spending good money on bad things and never grow. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in these 5 years of this government, we'll put our money where our mouths are. Thank you.
Very well. On Ndikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Elash for bringing this motion. I am of the same view expressed by my senior, David Ochieng, Ugenya 1. The greatest problem we have is not lack of policy, it's the implementation of policy. But I want to thank you, David, because you have gone back to the history on sessional papers and the policies that have been passed on SME. Mr. Speaker, I am a student of entrepreneurship. And that's what the PhD I'm pursuing at the moment. And my focus is how to grow SMEs in a world which was developed by SMEs but taken over by multinational companies. Mr. Speaker, we have a wealth of artisans, like we spoke in the morning. The foundation of any country in the new economic bloc under is not the big multinational companies. It is on the basis of SMEs, small, micro, and medium enterprise institutions. Mr. Speaker, when Professor Uhuru was talking, I find somebody full of violence. He has no clue on predictability. I am a businessman. I pity if that's the kind of professor who teaches our business students. They will never grow. Mr. Speaker, there is no term juakali. It was dispensed a long time ago by the government. We are now dealing with a professional term, SME. Most likely he's still in the old school, and I can't blame him. I can't blame him. Mr. Speaker, today in the morning we spent a lot of time talking on how to encourage, to improve, to assist, to fund artisans. I wish Madam Elash would have sat down with your neighbor. You would have come up with a very serious paper to implement what you are asking this parliament to approve for you. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Kenyatta Market, if you go to Gong Road.
Yes, Honorable Elachi, what's
if you go.
Order, Honorable Member, there's a point of order.
She hasn't listed in a point of order. I was just complimenting her.
What's your point of order, Honorable Elachi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is my honorable senior member in order to say that Honorable Elachi would have come up with a serious paper. Mr. Speaker, the policy that we are saying is not that there is no policy. We are saying, can the government put together the different policies that are scattered all over. The one we are talking about is now in the Ministry of Industrialization. There's another one in the Ministry of Trade. There's another one in the Ministry, and now we have an SME. So can we put them together and take it to the Ministry of SME? That's what we're talking about.
Very well. Honelach, you will still have a chance to reply to this motion. So gather all these views, and then you will be speaking on them. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Elach. You know, we are speaking about the same thing. But I think you need to wait for the head before you beat the start. We are all in support of your initiative, and we'll continue doing so. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Dagoretti Corner, if you go to Kenyatta Market, you go to Kariobangi, you'll find the kind of economic activities happening there which are being driven by SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate His Excellency the President, because what he has put together in the housing sector is there's no more importation of doors and accessories from out there. They are being made by the so-called Jua Kali, in quote, but now they are being accredited to the term small and medium enterprise. They have been put together to provide those small items required in the building. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker? If we identify these SMEs, and I'm very grateful because I have started the process of identifying the small and medium enterprises in my constituency. I need to have a database. I need to know who they are. I need to know what they are going through. Once we finish with that process, it's upon me as the Member of Parliament for Boli to start now discussing with them, starting with the trainings, starting with looking for funding for them, because you cannot only rely on the money coming from the government. We have NGOs willing to support the small and medium enterprises. We have individuals who are ready to work with them. For example, in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have large-scale farmers. These people buy some items from the small Juakali around the area. Irrigation items, fencing items, name it. I want to thank Madam Elashi, because if we put all those together and have one stock, knowing that this is the number of SMEs that we have, the government will do better. But the government has not been doing very well in this, because we have not statistics. And I wonder what the Department of Kenya Bureau of Statistics does. It has failed the Kenya small-scale enterprises. Because I have never seen a report saying the number of small and medium enterprises from Bori. Says that now, when the fund comes, it is being allocated to a certain number. That's one failure of the government. And I hope the current government is going to collect that. Mr. Speaker, it is upon us, members of parliament, to stand with these SMEs. There's no way we are going to be the future industrial nation if we are not going to put emphasis on these small innovators, on these small artisans. And that's where the Hustler Nation and the Hustler Fund is going to benefit these people. I pity the thinking of Professor Udo. I really pity him. I pity him. I thought he would congratulate the president. Instead, he started talking about Kibaki, Kenyatta, Raila, who have nothing to do with what we are discussing. What we should be saying now is that go back to our constituencies, identify these people, try and sort them out. That's what matters right now, something that we haven't been doing. But now, because we have a willing government, which is ready to stand with these small entrepreneurs, we shall go far. Mr. Speaker, you and me, we belong to the same political thinking. And I think through small and medium enterprise, we will expand our tax base, because they are not going to remain static. They are going to grow, become medium, and then from there, they now start moving to another level. And that's what we need. We need to expand our tax base. And we cannot expand our tax base if we don't develop small and medium enterprises. We cannot increase employment in this country if we cannot increase and fund the small and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, we have talent. We cannot annex talent if we don't support these people. We are creating an opportunity for us to be a country of innovators. Unless if we enterprise these people and stand with them. I'm arguing the people Bori. I'm arguing the young people, talented, because they are all spread in all sectors. The mistake that many of us would do is to say that we are manufacturing. No, we are small and medium enterprises in music. We have small and medium enterprises in filmmaking. We have small and medium enterprises in selling sugarcane. We have small and medium enterprises doing all kinds of things. The mistake that all of us are is to fall in that state that we are all dealing with the manufacturers. No, we must diversify. And we must diversify by identifying our talents down there. We must identify the sector, music sector. Football even is an enterprise. I have seen young people who have formed their clubs and they compete with one another. And now they have turned themselves into an enterprise of hospitality. Look at that kind of innovation. So, Mr. Speaker, this policy consolidation by Madam Elashi need to be supported. We must stand as a house to make sure that we start implementing what we pass in this house, because that has been the greatest mistake. And I can tell you, through the Ministry of Cooperative and SME, the kind of growth which I will experience for the next 10 years, which I pray that His Excellency the President is going to rule this country. It's going to be enormous, and it will be a game changer for the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, many people are asking where the money is going to come from. Sometimes we need to pray to God. If we have reached this far, if William Samoei Ruto has reached this far with his slogan to support the hustlers, I can assure you, God is going to provide where this money is going to come from. You know where it is going to come from? We shall stop wastage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. You are so patient. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Lachi, this was your protagonist, after all. Next is Honorable Paul Biego Chesumei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand here to support this motion from Honorable Elachi, and that I'm in support of it because actually creating a unified policy would make work much easier for everybody. And of course, we know that there is a new sector-level national policies that provide opportunities for development of SMEs, which include so many policies. Example, the National Industrialization Policy of 2012, there is the National Trade Policy of 2017, and also the Kenya Investment Policy 2019, Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019. all those policies actually confuse, and I would support for them to be amalgamated into one. I'm a product of, I'm an entrepreneur, and I understand the importance of SMEs. And now that there is even a ministry in charge of SMEs, I think it is just going to be free and fair for those policies to be lump summed to one. And for those people who are working for SMEs, they get difficulties. Like now, when there's a policy in industrialization talking about SMEs, when you want to fly abroad probably and purchase some things, there is a different policy. So actually trying to comply with all those policies could be a problem. So I actually support strongly that it should be one. Given that activities of the SMEs cut across all sectors of the economy, it is imperative to develop a new unified national policy to reflect the current situation and create policy implementation synergies across the sectors. And I think that is going to go a long way in assisting the industry to grow. Again, of course, the importance of a national unified policy will provide an integrated enabling business environment for the growth and development of productive SMEs here in Kenya. And that's going to make significant socio-economic contributions to the economy through provisions of decent jobs and source of quality products. So I would really urge Honorable Elachi to keep on going as much as how the other members have said that you should add some more, you should spice up what you have already given, but I believe it's good to go. And we support, or I support that. And the policies that, the many policies which are there right now will be a deterrent to many small-scale SMEs, and they can be discouraged in doing business. So I think it's very easy that once they are amalgamated, it'll be very easy for them. Otherwise, I support and say, let me donate some of my other minutes to my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Donya Doris Kisi, Women Rep. Very well, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Mheshimiwa Elachi for this motion, because as we all understand, any business that lacks capital, when there is no cash flow, that business will eventually die. Any business that operates under uncontrolled laws, it can't thrive. The administration should be looked into, and then we compare from other countries what they've done, from having good, modern, advanced machines for these SMEs, things that are up to date. We should be, as the world moves, as the clock moves, everything should be moving for us so that we can move from third or developing countries to a developed country. Mr. Speaker, let me say, I give an example of suppliers. There are people who are carpenters, and they had good innovations of making new desks for schools. Then they procure those tenders, they are told to supply those desks, they take loans to do that business. Later, they follow for payment 1 year, come another year, come a third year. If suppliers could tell you what they go through in this republic, you will surely say that there are some laws which need to be looked into so that if you've done work, let's say the government should say at least not more than 60 days, you should be paid. We will be at a good position. But when you do work, you have loans that you've taken to do that particular work, yet you're not paid your money, it is as good as you could not have done that work. So, Madam Elachi, have my support. This is good, and Madam Donya Doris from Kisii County supports this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Beatrice Kimei, Kericho.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have waited patiently, and thank you. And I want to first commend my namesake, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for the motion that is brought on place that is concerned with the SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I would want to start by saying that developing unified policies concerning the SMEs is of great importance to us as a country, just like what my colleagues have said. When I look around, Mr. Speaker, I will realize that across the country, in the villages, in the wards, in the sub-counties, in the counties and nationally, in the rural and in the urban, we have SMEs, Mr. Speaker. And not only that, when I also look around, I see that SMEs does not have a tribe, does not have a race. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because in Kericho, where I come from, you will find people trading from across the board. You will find the small and the medium enterprises doing carpentry from different parts of the country. So in a way, it has also brought people together, and the skills have been uplifted for that matter. So I stand to support this motion in a very special way and say that we need those policies that will actually guide, and especially when it comes to recognition. For a very long time, the SMEs have been fighting for their space in the economy. Even with the knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that 80% SMEs create 80% of the employment, and knowing also that SMEs constitute 98% of the business in Kenya. It contributes 30% of the jobs and probably 3% of the GDP, yet they still fight for their space. And Mr. Speaker, one of their challenges is lack of enough capital to put up their business. And this one, when the policies are put in place, at least they will be able to have that capital, knowing that in most of the times they have been exploited by those people who lend money. We normally call them the shylocking, and charging high interest, 30% or even more. Yet these small and medium enterprises, Mr. Speaker, don't even have what to start their business and even want to continue. So once we have these policies in place, I would say that they will actually be protected from the exploitation of such like, and knowing that even the banks cannot access credit from the banks, knowing that they don't have formal, they are not formally formed. So I would support this motion in a very serious way. And maybe to add on that, Mr. Speaker, what is ailing the SMEs is about the market, inadequate market for the products. They try to put a lot of their resources, a lot of time, a lot of money, the ones that they have just borrowed from wherever, yet when they produce, there's very little or no market for their products. And their products, just the way our brother Mukambi said, and maybe we used to call them the chuakale. Their products are good, their products are durable, their products can be sold within and without. So I would actually support that they need to be assisted with the market, and not to forget the national and the county governments to allocate land or space for these businesses, Mr. Speaker. Why am I saying so? You will realize that most of them do their business just along the road, and this is also very risky for them. Yet there is land that can be allocated for the same. So as we go around looking at those policies, there should be allocation space for them, and even areas to store their items, Mr. Speaker, because some of them, I speak on behalf of the SMEs, of those who are brick makers, those who make boats and all that. They do not have even space where they store their products, Mr. Speaker. And just to support on this, I would also say that infrastructure is key. Some of the products can be transported to the nearby urban centers and even beyond, but the roads may sometimes be a challenge, and especially the feeder roads to the villages, Mr. Speaker. So once the infrastructure is improved, the roads and all that, I know, Mr. Speaker, the SMEs will actually improve, and they will continue even to add to the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the youth, what they are lacking mostly is not the skill. They do have the skill, but of course the funding is the issue. So once, Mr. Speaker, they are enabled positively, not even forgetting people living with disability, Mr. Speaker. Some of them can sit on the support, like the wheelchairs, and do their business, the orcas and the like. But what they require is the support and the policies from the government. And I would also want to say, if we would want to have their products, and that is what we would really want to have, sold within and without the internal and the external market, then for the quality, Mr. Speaker, then we have the Kenya Bureau of Standards coming in place so that they can help. And I know things will work well for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support and say that they need recognition, they need funding, they need to expand the business, they need also to be mentored. Some of them have skills, but they need more of these skills. They need their products to be marketed, and restructuring cannot be actually avoided. So I support this motion of Madam Elachi, Honorable. I say that this should come very, very handy for our youth, for our women, and even for everybody else. And I am happy that the Kenya Kwanza government, as we look forward to the Hustler Fund, is concerned not only about the people who are formal or informal sectors, but even in the informal. So as we discuss this, we will actually be supporting what the government has in place, or what the government of the day is actually proposing, the Hustler Fund, that should cut across and it should work well for the small and the medium enterprises. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Very well. This House's honorable members don't have titles like Madam Elachi. It's Honorable Elachi. And it's Honorable all this way as you refer to other members of this House. Next is Honorable Memusi. Honorable Memusi Kanchori. Very well. Let's have Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi. Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support this motion by my good friend, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, Mama Dako, and it's a timely motion, Mr. Speaker, because world over, Mr. Speaker, economies are grown from SMEs. Many, if you look at the Asian tigers, if you look at many economies that have grown, they have grown from SMEs. And the government, Mr. Speaker, makes a deliberate effort to put more investment in and support, good political will in supporting the SMEs. In this country, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our economy, is driven by these so-called informal businesses, Mr. Speaker. You look at what we call chuakali, we have chamas, we have these table banking, and many others, Mr. Speaker, that are driving our economy. You go to most of these markets, the artisans in Kikomba and many other places, these are the people who are supporting our economy, and we call them informal. But if the government can support this, Mr. Speaker, and put funds more in this, I know the government of President Mike Kibaki did a deliberate effort, Mr. Speaker, to support the SMEs, and during his time, the economy was growing at a very fast rate, and the president, the next government, did not make much effort. But I believe what this current government has promised Kenyans, if they implement those promises they have made, the funds they say they are going to put in the small enterprises to support Mama Mboka, to support border youth, and many others, Mr. Speaker, who are in that level, I'm very sure this access to cheap credit facilities, it will propel this country to start growing very fast, our economy to start growing very fast. Because what normally bedevils our small businesses, Mr. Speaker, they have no access to credit facilities. And once this is made available and the government creates friendly credit facilities, these people who are very, very innovative, and Kenyans are very innovative, Mr. Speaker. If you go anywhere, go to any country, you'll find Kenyans doing, and are not ashamed of doing those small little things that will put food on the table. And this, Mr. Speaker, we have seen even young men and women who have come up with proper ideas that have developed and have even gone into the process of exporting their wares, Mr. Speaker. I read somewhere, Mr. Speaker, where it said in China, they do small little things. And those little things that are the ones that are going into mega exports, that we are buying those things from India, we are buying many things from India, from China, and we find these are the things that are supported by the government. It's not those big companies that, Mr. Speaker, the multinational companies that come around, because those are very few. So if for us to grow and take this country to the Vision 2030, where nobody is excluded, we want to bring on board, Mr. Speaker, young people, people with disability, and women, and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, they are engaged. And what the president is saying about paying taxes, when this small enterprise...
Order, Honorable Kwom. Honorable member, you are a ranking member. You can't afford to just cross the floor. You really must go back and come back the correct way. Yes. He's a ranking member, so he knows exactly. You may proceed, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Some of these little things, you know, we come and think the Speaker is not watching. But Speaker, you have the hawk eyes that you can see the little things we are doing inside here. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this because it's a good idea, and I've seen, Mr. Speaker, even within my own constituency, when I supported the women
to start up these small businesses. Within those groups, Mr. Speaker, we have so much money circulating around that you find that people are now, you know, they are talking about lending money without even having any interest. And these funds that we have started, the government funds, Mr. Speaker, the Hustler Fund, the WESO Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund, if these funds are made much easier, accessible by these people, Mr. Speaker, we shall grow our economy, and all of us in this country, we want to thrive, and we want to see the many Safaricoms coming up. Safaricom, we know where it started from, and you can see something like PESA where it has gone, and many other things that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the bank, the Equity Bank. Equity Bank is the one that came up with ideas of allowing anybody to go and invest in that bank with little money. Even with 100 shillings, you can go and open an account. And this is the things that we are looking at, Mr. Speaker, because those really good innovation has propelled people to start even imagining that they can even do those big things by starting up that small. And once they have a good environment, Mr. Speaker, investing your money, it will be something that the government will start growing and will just start witnessing how the economy will become. We shall be having even surplus budgets in this kind of thing. So what we need is good political will, and Mr. Speaker, that the government must start at the level where the majority of Kenyans are, and this is these small levels, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I support this, and Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we move this further, it will bring a great results in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Elijah, for bringing this motion, and we must build on it to make sure that it brings our country to leapfrog and become a middle-level economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Nimrod Mbai, Kitui East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion, which is very important to our country. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, allow me, because it's my first opportunity to say something in the 13th Parliament, just to say congratulations to my constituents, the people of Kitui East, for electing me, and also inform them that we have something to celebrate. Today, His Excellency, the President William RUTO, hosted the President of South Africa, and at the center of discussion was how government and how Africa is going to do away on reliance on coal energy, because coal mining in the Mui Basin is one of the things we've been so much against, and it's like the previous governments have been skewed towards going in for coal mining, but we have a government now which, Mr. Speaker, is encouraging going against coal mining. Thank you for that. And now, does to Honorable Elijah's motion, which is very important, and that's why you can see everyone is concerned and is in support. Mr. Speaker, what we are calling SMEs, these are people who are in business, feeding their children, taking their children to school, paying fees, paying for all services everybody is supposed to pay. Buy unga at the same cost as a member of parliament. So when we talk of facilitating them to do their business in a better way, I think there is nothing more noble that this House can do more than supporting these people, which is a big percentage of which provides employment in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the services or what governments are supposed to do. And one of the main objectives of our government is to give an enabling environment for business. So it is upon this government to give an enabling environment for the SMEs to do their business. And it's the business of the arm of government, this arm of the government, the legislature, to provide policies and guidelines. So, Mr. Speaker, through Honorable Elijah, I think this arm of the government has been called to attention to engage in one of the most important things. as part of my contribution to the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is something Honorable Elijah would want to note, it is that this will require vigorous, robust public participation, Honorable Elijah, and we are all in support of what you are doing, because none of the members who are here who know how to hustle out there, how to do, how to own, how to survive on a small business, how to survive on a juakali business. So the stakeholders, the people who are on daily basis engaging in this kind of endeavors, this is the opportunity through this motion, through this House, through the leadership of Honorable Elachi, that these people were given an opportunity to speak to the policy. What do they want from the government? How do they think and advise the government on how they can be assisted? Things to do with licenses. It also touches on the devolved units of government. The county governments are the people actually who are moderating these businesses on daily basis. They should be called on board as stakeholders and also hear what these big chunk or big percentage of Kenyans have to say about their governors, the governors of their sector. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said. I don't want to repeat so much on what has been said, but I wanted to bring up the issue of stakeholder management and public participation. The actual people involved in SMEs should be listened. We should provide, as a house, provide enough budget for that, and county governments should be called on board as stakeholders to listen as we work on this policy formulation in guiding our SMEs will do their business. Wealth creation is a big factor, is one of the things that this government brought this government into power. How we can support our people create wealth for themselves and pay taxes, what we are calling extending or expanding the tax base. We can't expand the tax base without providing good policies for these people to create wealth. So it's the time, Mr. Speaker, we did this, and that's why I stand in solidarity in supporting this motion by our honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable member for West Mugirango. Honorable member for West Mugirango, Stephen M. Mogaka. Then we move to Honorable Member Joshua Kimilu. Very well. Give him the microphone and he may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion. And the one I want to thank Peter Salaj for bringing this motion, which is very important to Kenyans and to our people. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the motion because, Mr. Speaker, this SMS has been of importance to our people. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when I went back to my constituency 2 years ago, when I was doing a public participation for the development, I met some widows, and as we were discussing, they formed into small groups of 50 and hundreds, and they were doing merry-go-rounds, whereby they contribute some small amount of money, and they just take the money around. But, Mr. Speaker, when I met them and we discussed, I advised them and we discussed on how they can start small businesses with the small amount of money they contributed. And through my foundation, Kimilu Foundation, Mr. Speaker, I managed to get support from other organizations. And I supported them with a little amount of money. Per group, I was giving them 100,000. And Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that through that small amount of money, they started small businesses. And those small businesses helped them now. Most of them now, they can stand on their own. They can bring food on table through those small businesses, Mr. Speaker. So with good policies, Mr. Speaker, I think this is very important, and we urge the government to be on the front line to support these small businesses, Mr. Speaker, because it creates jobs to jobless people. Mr. Speaker, through SMEs, some students manage to be in school through their parents making small money to pay the school fees for them. And Mr. Speaker, it will also create a good environment, and good policies will create a good environment for these SMEs, which will help those who are doing the businesses, and will also encourage others to join. When you go to other countries, Mr. Speaker, where the policies are in line, streamlined, Mr. Speaker, you get that many people come up with from these small businesses, and they end up becoming large-scale sellers, and they become serious business people. But they start from the scratch, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important. And for the country to grow, the economy of a country to grow, we need to value these small enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Those borders, those who are doing the borders, Mr. Speaker, they are looking for a way of accessing just small funds. But the problem is the collaterals. There is a lot of, before you access any fund, Mr. Speaker, in this country, you have to follow a long queue of collateral, Mr. Speaker, whereby if we put policies whereby we consider those people, whereby if you want to access funds, within 2 days you can access the funds and you start a small business, Mr. Speaker, we can contribute on growing the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of challenges on this business where they are facing, and there's a government. I urge the government, the current government, to look at this and try through the fund. They are talking about hustle fund. We want to see action on the ground. We want to see how it will benefit those small business owners, those small owners, to see how they can make and create business within their localities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to look on organizations like Safaricom, whereby they organize and train, give trainings and teachings to those small business, those SMEs, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. And we want to encourage all these organizations to support and give their contribution to Kenyans, to those people who are struggling with the business, those who are low earners, Mr. Speaker. Coming up with a unified policy, Mr. Speaker, will bring development and solve the problem of anger, problem of crime, and which also encourage many to join this, doing this small business, whereby we are solving the problem of this country. It will also contribute to many people, those who are in crime, they can even change and start these small businesses with good policies. And I know making laws and policies in Kenya is very easy. Implementing is a challenge. But, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the government, I know all will be well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And because I don't want to talk much, I want to support the motion. And thank you again, Honorable Member Bitrus Alach, for this motion. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Naomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my coming up with this. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know very well that small businesses, enterprise, are our people on the ground, and they need microfinance, and they need a lot of support from all of us as leaders. And unless our government seriously plans in order to enhance their businesses and support them, especially at this time where we know that in many areas there are those people who sell fruits, there are those people who sell vegetables, there are those people who even sell charcoal and all these other things. And unless we empower them and enhance their businesses, they may not be able even to educate their children. And that is why I stand to support this motion and also see how best this can be implemented and get to the people on the ground. Mr. Speaker, again, we know when we talk of this, the big people, the great or the big group that is being empowered is women and young and youth. We know very well that our youth are trying their best and coming up with a lot of creativities, and through SMEs, they will be able to be supported, because most of the time they cannot go to big banks and borrow loans, but through SMEs, they are able to, empowered, get the loans, and also do their businesses. If there is any time that Kenyans need our support, it is a time like today, a time like now, this season, where we know very well that there are so many things that are affecting. We are just out of the election. People's businesses have been affected. Economically, we have not been doing well for the last 4 years because of COVID. The drought is there. The people who are depending on animals have lost their animals, and they are wondering where to begin from. So through this, I know we'll be able to support the people on the ground, and they'll be able to support their families. When we empower families, then we have empowered our society, and we know that children will be educated. They will also get good health, because they'll be able to help themselves, and the government is there to support them. And if we all agree and pass this, then we will be able to touch those lives that needs our attention. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support this, and I congratulate Mheshimiwa Elachi. Thank you.
Very well, Engineer Nebat Muriuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in thanking Honorable Beatrice for bringing forward this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, our economy is actually supported by the small and medium enterprises. Even the big companies, they depend on these small and medium enterprises for their survival. Whether it is an export company, the products which are being exported will be supplied largely by the small farms, individuals, and if it's an import company, the products which land into this country reach the customers through the small and medium enterprises. So this is a very, very important sector in the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, while contributing to this motion on a unified policy, I would like to add that we need to consider also the starting, how to encourage the starting of small businesses, the survival of those small businesses as we go into mentoring and funding and the rest. Mr. Speaker, I want to address what people go through, especially those who retire. Most people who retire, they attempt to go into small business to keep themselves busy and also to continue earning a living. Mr. Speaker, a few things which I find the people going to small business, they don't address, or they don't know how to address, is what kind of business they want to go to, where they are going to do this kind of business, why they are going to do this kind of business, and even how to do the business. Mr. Speaker, to address those questions, it calls for training of those who are trying to go into small business. Because of this lack of basic training, Mr. Speaker, you find most people start small businesses which close before the end of 1 year. One is because one will find that has gone into the wrong business. If the question is asked, why are you going to this business? Most people will say this is what they see other people doing, not even addressing the question whether there's enough market for what they are trying to go into. So the government should take a deliberate effort to make sure that those who are going into small business are enlightened in how to go into small business. Mr. Speaker, the other issue which I have when one is starting small business is the kind of handles one has to jump before you start the business. The number of licenses, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion of unifying the policy because you find one hand of business, government does not bother to know what the other arm of government is doing in addition, while trying to encourage the starting and growth of small business. The councils, they already have one kind of license. Public health will be there asking for some other kind of license. The standards, Bureau of Standards, Mr. Speaker, name them. There are many licenses which a small business has to have. The other point, Mr. Speaker, is competition. A small business, when it starts, Mr. Speaker, has to compete with large businesses. And government appears not to be encouraging the small businesses to compete effectively with the large ones. Because when we come to tendering procedures, Mr. Speaker, you find a small business being asked to submit 3 years of audited accounts. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how many small businesses do have audited accounts to submit KRA certificates, Mr. Speaker. And those who have been in small business, they know one of the institutions which kills small businesses is KRA. Because KRA, when they come to charge small businesses tax, they charge on turnover. And these small businesses, they rarely break even. So you are charging a small business on what has already been made a loss. You are taxing somebody who has actually made a loss. And when you do this twice, that business will go to us closing down. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to various speakers here. It is being avoided to mention that those who are coming to enforce the various licenses, Mr. Speaker, they only come to extract money from the small businesses. More so the public health, if we talk of those who are in the hospitality industry. The public health person will keep on coming around, and they are only coming to extract money in the name of the premises are not fit to run such businesses. These are some of the serious handles which the government must address if the small businesses has to survive and grow. Mr. Speaker, it has been mentioned, especially in the agricultural sector, the infrastructure is a challenge. If the roads are poor, the products being grown, Mr. Speaker, to get them to the market, it will be quite expensive. And all this will be passed down to the small business who is dealing with that product. So you find they will rarely make profits. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is marketing, and I want to thank the President because this has been realized, and the President has spoken very, very clearly, saying that if we go the cooperative way, we are going to encourage the small businesses to have their products, and then they'll be able to market. I trust this one will be addressed. Funding, Mr. Speaker, though it is a challenge, with the HASRA Fund, USO Fund, and other many funds which the government is putting in place to support the small businesses and the HASRAs, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the funds will be there. But there is one issue which should be addressed alongside these funds. These small businesses are being run by people, men and women, who have got other domestic needs, financial needs. They have got children in school, they have got their daily survival. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we approach this, what we are calling the HUSRA Fund, the funds, in addition to supporting the starting of a small business, should also take into account that these people will be having children in school, and also they have got their own domestic financial needs. So if that one is taken care of, then the small business can be able to grow. Mr. Speaker, financial management is a critical skill required in business. And most of the SMEs, they lack financial management training. The government should undertake to ensure that those who are being given funds, USA Fund, HUSRA Fund, the women, whatever fund, go through some basic financial management so they don't end up taking money which they use in other needs, and then they are not even able to repay, and even they cannot be able to support their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, it is a very, very important motion which has been introduced. I support it, putting a requirement that the government should actually find training, a very necessary component for those who are in small business or going to small business, to ensure that the funds which are given out to support this sector, at least they bear fruits. I support Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP for Emuaya.
Honorable Speaker, I have a very short mic here, but I'll do with it. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance as the Honorable Member for Emuaya. And I would also want to, and thank you a lot, because many of our new members in the House imagine that when you are the Presidium, you only act as a member of the Presidium. No, no, no. I'm a Honorable Member for Emuaya, and this is what really counts for me. In the last House, Honorable Speaker, you remember, was a very active member seated right there, and consistently so, speaking rather on all these motions. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to say that this was a very good motion, and I want to thank the Honorable Member, Beatrice Elachi, for bringing it to the floor of the House. That for the first time, or even so, we require that we put it in place that we unify and mainstream the small
Honorable Omboko, you can move to the next mic.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We mainstream and unify the policy that deals with the small businesses, SMEs. And their importance cannot be gainsaid, because they have been the ones that have been running this economy for the longest period of time. Today I see a lot of concentration, both in government and non-government sector, giving a lot of concentration on the working class and those who are the mainstream business. But when you look at our economy holistically, the role that is played by the big players, the mainstreamers, is very, very small. Almost 80% of the businesses in this country, of employment in this country, almost 80% of the workforce in this country is actually domiciled in the SMEs. And therefore, it's high time we mainstreamed them. And not only mainstream them, but therefore give them capital and have a clear process on how they can get their capital, so that they are not moving around or haggling to get loans from the banks. That can be done. By mainstreaming them, we shall have them get a proper way of training. By mainstreaming them, we shall have them get a proper way of marketing their products. And that is important. Like earlier speakers may have spoken, that there's a lot of market within this country which can be tapped. And there are countries that have made these laws, and these laws work for them very well. That there are certain goods which we consume locally, which we don't need to import from outside. One example that was given was, for instance, furniture. Why are we importing every furniture in our offices from outside when it's very clear that there are so many industries that are doing the same? Look at the time of COVID. COVID really taught us that a time can come when, Honorable Speaker, every country must stand for itself. There's no